I remember you. I don't remember much after you, but I remember you.
This game brought to you by Lefroy. Hey, this is Russ
Is that
Payton.
recording?
Yeah. A little bit. This is Russ Payton with Roleplay Public Radio. We're playing Call of Cthulhu, run by Pagan Publishing's Adam Scott and Glancy. And what is the name of this scenario?
I will go ahead and reveal that the name of the scenario is The Uncorrupted.
Oh. I've got a great feeling about this.
This thing's a lofty goal.
Everything's going to be fine, clearly.
Exactly.
Should we go ahead and introduce our characters?
Yes, let's go ahead. Let me just tell you what the scenario is. Basically, here's your historical background. You guys are Serbian soldiers. You guys are citizens of the country that essentially started World War One. Because, what's his name, Princep, shot Archduke Ferdinand, and the Austrians said, well, the only way to make it right is if you give up all sovereignty to Serbia, and Serbia said, go fuck yourself, and the domino started to fall, and bingo, we have the Guns of August 1914. Originally, Serbia beat the shit out of the Austro-Hungarian army because the Serbians in 1912 and 1911 have been involved in the First and Second Baltic Wars. All their soldiers are veterans and have won both those wars, fighting the Turks to get the Turks out of the Balkans, and then fighting the Bulgarians when the Bulgarians think they didn't get enough land or whatever out of the Balkan Wars. So the Serbian army is pretty badass and pretty hardcore. So they beat up on the Austrians for a while, although at some point, once the Russians are thrown back on the Eastern Front, the Germans turn around in 1915 and aid the Austro-Hungarians. They throw the Bulgarians, who are thirsting for revenge after getting slapped around during the Second Balkan War, throw them together, and Serbia is crushed under the weight of this three-way invasion. The Serbian army, about 200,000 guys, maybe 250, is forced to retreat out of Serbia. They give up the capital, they give up all the cities. They're pushed over the border into neutral Albania. And when you ended up in a neutral country, the thing you're supposed to do is hand over your arms and be interred for the rest of the war. The Serbians say, go fuck yourselves, Albania. I double dog dare you to try and take our guns. They march as a hostile army through Albania, stealing everything they can to feed their troops, and to get out of the country, to get to the coast, so that they can be evacuated by the British and French navies. That march, that death march through the Balkan mountains, kills something like 125,000 Serbians, both soldiers, camp followers, whatever. Typhus is rampant in the Serbian ranks, but the 100,000 that make it to the coast are evacuated by the British and French and dumped in neutral Greece. Greece is not in World War One. They have not picked a side, but the British kind of don't give a fuck. Greek neutrality gets violated very badly during World War II by the Allied powers, the Entente powers. Not as bad as the Germans have violated Belgium because there's no mass executions and slave labor, but the British do provoke a civil war between the Greek royal family and the royal house and the royal supporters and the parliamentarian, Republicans in the country. And eventually after multiple coups and counter-coups and almost a civil war, the British get the Greeks to come in on the war on the Entente power side. That's all in the future. At the present, you guys were all just literally unceremoniously dumped on Greek islands. Some people were dumped on islands that were less than hospitable because there was typhus amongst the soldiers on that island. The soldiers were on the ship, and so some contracted ship captains, Norwegians, Spanish, Greek, would just dump people on islands randomly rather than take them to the rally point, which was Corfu. The island of Corfu, the sort of vacation getaway we think of today. It's just off the coast of Albania, so it was the intended rally point. You guys have been on Corfu since the winter of 1915. That march was through the Alps was basically November through December, I believe, of 1915. It is now getting close. It's March of 1916, March 27th, Monday of 1916. And you guys, as Serbian soldiers who managed to put some weight back on to the point that you are capable of returning to duty. All of you have character sheets that have stats, but the stats in parentheses are your current stats, because you have suffered through a kind of starvation that you wouldn't see outside of a Japanese prison camp in World War II or a Russian gulag. All right, everyone was near death. Everyone had typhus. Everyone has recovered. You guys have recovered enough. Your stats enough. You're not up to your full strength, but you've recovered enough so that you can be sent on a mission. All right. Do you want to know the mission before we introduce the characters?
Let's do the characters first.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, this is Russ Payton, and I am playing Gorian Petrovic. And he is a private and a reservist who's 19 years old and has not been having a great time.
No, he has not.
So, no unique skills.
But he has bounced back pretty good.
Yeah.
He's pretty good. He's almost recovered all of his strength.
He's even got a damage modifier, so yeah.
Yeah, he's actually got a damage modifier, which means he's put on enough weight to have a size and the strength to count. All right, next.
This is Jeremy, and I'm playing Private Milos Kosic. He is a reservist, fought in the Second Balkan War. He's 19, and he would be the tank of the group if he wasn't starving.
This is Noah, and I am playing Lance Corporal Ivo Jovanovic. Ivo Jovanovic. And I'm basically the second in charge after Dan here.
Okay.
Speaking of, hey, I'm Dan, Fuzzy Dan. I am playing Sidmor Dragovic.
The Serbs have the best villain names, don't they?
Right? I am the commanding officer.
Well, you're an NCO. You're the term in Serbian would be narednik, but we'll just say sergeant. Okay, you're essentially a sergeant.
I'm the sergeant, and I also have a damage modifier.
Yeah,
imagine that.
You are 33 years old, so you're about 10 years older than most people in the group, maybe 13 years older.
Okay.
The old man, as it were.
Especially in this environment, I'm sure.
Yeah. So, hey, this is Aaron, and I will be playing Nikola Skerlik, a reservist Redov in the Serbian army. I fought within the both First and Second Balkan Wars, 20 years old, and I did not suffer as badly. I only lost like 1 point off of my strength and size, and apparently I just have a rock for my damage modifier. So, but it's effective. So,
look at you.
I named my rock. We're getting married next fall.
Okay.
This is Sean Greenwald. I will be playing Redolf Urosandric of the Serbian Army, just a private reservist. Don't look like I'm too bad off either, but still, no damage modifier.
And we are all healthy enough to do a mission. So,
Yes. Yeah. Your stats are above.
Yeah.
Your stats are double digit.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of guys who aren't.
My
Okay.
sand does look bad though.
Yeah.
Have they ever had initiative?
Sorry. Noah, what was your character's name? Evo and Dan. What was your character's name?
Dragovic.
Okay.
Sir, that's his name.
Okay. Everyone give me a no roll.
Knowledge. Okay.
What was the crit for this one?
1/5.
1/5.
Okay.
Under your
Crit
skill.
fail.
So it's basically equal to your education.
Okay.
Yeah.
Making sure.
Succeed.
I
Succeed?
normal succeed. Good.
Normal succeed.
Okay. You guys are summoned by Kapitan Klase, which means a senior captain, Tomislav Ristanovic. You've been selected out. You've never worked with each other before, but you've been selected out primarily because you are healthy enough for this job. The Kapitan Ristanovic has very simple orders for you guys. You guys have been on Corfu for a while. You've been re-equipped with French military weapons mostly. You all have the Lebel rifle, the 1885 Lebel rifle, which I believe it's a black powder rifle. I'm not quite sure.
1886.
1886. The one factor on the Lebel rifle, it's a bolt-action rifle, I want to make sure everyone knows, is that it is a little slow to reload. It reloads like a shotgun. It has a tube magazine, like a standard pump shotgun, and you reload the rounds under the action, sliding them up into the tube magazine. There was some scuttlebutt or talk that certain shaped rounds would cause the bullet behind the first bullet to press the tip of the bullet against the cap, at the blasting cap in the base of the round, and cause it to go off in the magazine. I'm not sure about that, but I have heard that story. They changed the rounds so that would not be an issue. So don't worry. The chance your magazine exploding is not a thing that's likely to happen with this out of date rifle. But you're not getting the most recent Lebel rifles. All right. The problem with this is you have to reload your rounds one at a time. You can't just take a stripper clip, slap it in the open magazine, and shove 5 rounds into your rifle and throw the stripper clip away. It's one at a time. So your ammo comes in bandoliers and things like that, loose, all right, as opposed to being in a magazine.
And it was the first to use smokeless powder.
Okay, so it is the first smokeless powder weapon. Good. It is. It's a fine rifle. There's not much wrong with it, really. It just has that one thing about not being quite as quick to reload. The French were perfectly. It was perfectly good for colonial wars. It was a perfectly decent rifle at the start of World War I. Anyway, but you are getting sort of secondhand gear from the French, is what you're equipped with. Anyways, the Capitan has a mission for you guys. It's relatively simple. You guys are to be part of your team that is going to travel to the islands of Paxos and Antipaxos. They're Greek islands. You will be basically given a wad of cash with which to buy passage on a commercial ship, a commercial ferry, to Paxos, which is the main island. Antipaxos doesn't have a regular ferry because it's an extremely small island. But you will be given this money to buy passage to the main harbor on Paxos, which is called Gaios, where you are to report to an office on the waterfront that is maintained by the Serbian army, and you are to begin the process of sending out runners and people to start bringing all of the Serbian soldiers who are on the island of Paxos and Antipaxos, if there's anybody there, to the port of Gaios so that they can be brought together and begin assessing their capacity as soldiers, whether they can be, whether they're how many of them are ready for service, how many of them need more time to recover. Part of this is also a graves registration detail, where it's important to determine which Serbian soldiers have died, whether their identity medallions have been collected, that sort of thing, so that the records can be upkept and families can actually be notified, because people just don't know. There's no information. Anyways, you'll be given some travel vouchers and some money, French francs mostly. Those should be perfectly exchangeable here in the Greek Isles for services, as you know, they're a nice stable currency, and at least relatively. Anyways, let's see here. For the first of the month, let's see here. The date is March 27th. On April 1st, a French flag coastal steamer called the Chevenesse will visit Paxos, and it will leave Corfu for Paxos. So that's going to be for the next 3 months. After June, the vessel only leaves for Paxos under sort of emergency services. These islands in the are extremely isolated. There's no telegraphs on these islands. There's no radio. There's only mail is contracted, with individual ship captains. Sometimes it goes out. It's very irregular. Letters could build up for months before someone is contracted to actually bring the mail to an island. So not a lot of information comes in and out of these islands. And the regular ferry service is only April, May, and June of this year. Okay. Basically, what your job is to do is to document by name and rank all soldiers you locate. Information on previous unit assignments is not needed since the entire army is going to be reorganized from the ground up. Those who are unable to travel must be reported to the main headquarters on Corfu so that resources can be allocated to assist them in being able to rejoin units or rejoin hospitals where they can have some more time to recover. Convalesce, I guess, would be the term. Because Paxos and Antipaxos are small, the 6 of you are the only people who are being sent to these islands. One of you, I believe the Caporal, has a little bit of Greek, maybe 20 points of Greek.
Yeah.
You are the closest thing to a translator that this group has. And with 20% Greek, 40 is fluent. 20 is like, donde está Albania? I mean, you can figure out where the shitter is. You can order some food. You can understand how much is that how much is that thing in the shop. Where is which street, that kind of thing.
Where are the Serbians?
Yeah, donde está el Serbianos? Yeah, that'll work. Oh boy, that was terrible. Anyways,
The phrase the rest of the evening.
Let's see here. There's also the sergeant will be given charge of the money. It will be both a mix of French and Greek currency used to pay for food and lodging and anything that your group needs for its trip. You're like I said, there is something like a Greek authority and a Greek government and a Greek constabulary on Paxos, but you are told not to aggravate or alienate our Greek hosts. There's no such thing on the island of Antipaxos. That's just vineyards, and the people who either work them because they own them or work them because they're contract labor. The situation is very dodgy. You are aliens to Greece. You are invaders. You are not invited by the Greeks to be here. On the one hand, the Greeks are unhappy that you're here. On the other hand, your mission is to gather everybody up so they will go. So the Greeks can't be too annoyed that you are going to be essentially withdrawing the problem that the Greeks are suffering under. Do you guys have? Well, I open it up to questions. What things do you want to do in the 3 or 4 days before the next ferry leaves, or inter-island steamer leaves for Paxos?
Let's see. What would it be to ask around at the docks what Paxos is like?
Well, Paxos is an island with a number of different communities. It's a relatively big island, maybe 30 or 40 miles across. It's not huge, but a lot of these islands are essentially taken over to the cultivation of wine and the cultivation of grapes, olives. They're agricultural outposts for the most part. Now, in the modern day, these places are, vacation getaways. Nobody's interested in stomping grapes anymore. It's far better to separate modern tourists from their money because they're beautiful white beaches and those beautiful Aegean oceans and things like that. They are rocky islands. Paxos has more places to land than, say, Antipaxos. There's only a couple of really decent beaches on Antipaxos to bring a ship up on or a boat. But essentially, the kind of information that you would be able to gather badly with your Serbian would be that there's no big news about the place. Like, well, everything was fine until no one started answering their mail, and then every time they sent somebody to ask what the problem was, he never came back.
Yeah.
To Pepperidge Farms.
Nothing that.
There's no big news.
Yeah.
On it on Paxos and Antipaxos. One of the big problems is that the Serbs don't actually know where everyone ended up. I mean, it was. I mean, this is kind of a Dunkirk in 1914 without the Luftwaffe flying over and bombing you. But it was very chaotic. It was, and,
clusterfuck.
Yeah, it was a very chaotic situation. Plenty of guys got off the beach, got on a ship, and dropped dead. And then were just pitched over the side, either because they dropped it of typhus and everyone wanted to keep the typhus from infecting the rest of the passengers, or people just died of exhaustion. They spent their last calories on getting onto the ship. So there were ships that there were not sort of representatives of the Serbian military in every ship. They didn't control this evacuation, this hemorrhaging of people from the coast of Albania. And so there's no telling how many people have been dumped on either island. There's certainly a distinct possibility when it came to the smaller island that if there was any chance of an outbreak of typhus, they would have been dumped on a smaller island with less population. A population on that island that's probably measured in the scores of people.
Like less than 100.
Yeah.
Right.
As in, Paxos has got a population in the hundreds. Okay.
Less than 1,000.
Yeah. It's the whole island counts as small town Mayberry. Anyways, like I said, you're not going to find electrification outside of individual, like a lighthouse. You're not going to find. Everyone's going to have oil lamps in their houses. Maybe on Paxos there's a phone or two connecting certain important government buildings, but
To each other.
yeah. But that's it.
All right.
That's it.
Do we have
Next question. So, how about you, sir?
Do you know a roundabout figure of how many people we're going to be looking for to go find?
Absolutely no idea. Half the reason you're going there is to determine how many. And again,
There could be no one.
Yeah, there could be no one, and it could be just a matter of graves registration.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask around about Antipaxos.
Okay. It's a privately owned island. That is to say, it's mostly absentee landlords who own it, and it's mostly sharecroppers who are raising crops on the island. What else did you want to know about it? I mean, it has a lighthouse. There's a navigational lighthouse because there's a... Let me see if I can pull up this map. It's not the best map. Okay, let's see if I can blow this up. All right, I'll turn this around. Paxos and Antipaxos.
Okay.
There's a channel between the two islands, obviously, north to south. And up where it says...
How much distance between the two?
Oh, it's like half dozen miles.
Okay. So a little more than swimming.
Yeah, it's not... No. It's not swimming distance. Gunaros is where a lighthouse has been built. There's also one on these islands across the channel to help in navigation between the islands. That's like the only thing on Antipaxos that's a government installation would be the lighthouse.
Okay. I mean, is there, from anything we're getting from the locals, is there any sort of local culture, stories, anything like
They're
that?
Greeks, and they make wine, well, they don't make wine. They harvest grapes. The grapes are taken elsewhere.
Okay.
There's no vintage that is Paxos or Antipaxos.
Here's a bunch of wines. Here's a bunch of grapes. Go make wine with it.
Yeah,
Kind of,
it's all taken away by somebody else.
Okay.
Sergeant?
So our entire mission is just count, registration, evacuation. There's no military actions.
How hard could it possibly be?
You know,
this is a cakewalk.
this would have been this. You know, yeah.
But they're
this
giving
would have
us
been
loaded
easy.
weapons, so
They're giving us loaded weapons, and you know, typhus isn't that bad.
Who's playing that organ chord in the distance?
There is always a possibility, and I would say that the senior captain would be very, it's unlikely, but there's always the possibility of people who refuse to return to the flag. Now, if somebody refuses to return to their duty,
I mean, that's just easy.
That's what the bayonets are for.
Yeah.
All right? They will return to their duty, and they will do so alive. Okay? There's no summary.
And if they don't,
They're
registration.
not looking for summary executions. All right?
Oh, okay.
Your job is to bring them back alive, and then somebody else is in charge of that. After a fair trial, they'll get a fair firing squad.
Okay.
Okay.
Just poke them a little bit.
But bring them back. Okay?
Do they need their tendons?
They
Probably.
They kind of
well, do you want to carry them?
Okay, fair.
How much rope did we get?
Well, if you want to actually go ahead and requisition some manacles, I do not have a problem with that.
I would say, yeah, let's get a couple pairs of manacles.
I have another
just
idea.
in
It's my
case.
turn, but I'll wait.
We can just get a huge chain and kind of lean that way.
No, I'll admit this is an outside possibility, because if anyone was going to surrender, they'd have just peeled off from the Serbian army as they were going through Albania and just given up.
But we're talking about guys that have been left on islands for goodness
Months, probably
Yeah.
4 months
Yeah.
since the
They're
evacuation.
struggling and recovering from typhus. So
And they were left on the island with no means of support.
yeah, so a few of them probably might need some coaxing.
Well, if some guy was dumped on Paxos or Antipaxos and settled in with the daughter of some sharecropper who's growing grapes and thinks,
I've got women,
I've got grapes and women, and why would I want to go back and do that bullshit again? Perhaps I'll just be a grape farmer here. There is a possibility that somebody might want to jump ship.
It's lovely Mediterranean
So
weather.
it entirely depends on how welcoming those farmers are.
Yeah.
That's true.
If they're we don't want
Foreigners?
foreigners, yeah. Then maybe they're like, oh, please take us back.
On the plus side, as far as I remember, the Greeks and the Serbs were on the same side in the First Balkan War and in the Second Balkan War when they beat up on Bulgaria. So, relations between Serbia and Bulgaria before having you guys dumped on the Greek population were pretty good. You threw out the Turks, and then you stopped the Bulgarians from seizing territory that they shouldn't have gotten after the First Balkan War.
All right.
So that's pretty good relations. You both speak languages that are written in Cyrillic, so there is some minor shot of being able to read it, but my understanding is that the Greek and the Serbian doesn't sound anything the same at all. But you would be able to read it. It would be like someone who speaks English reading a Spanish word and trying to, at least it's in Latin characters.
No.
Parse it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aaron.
Do we have contact with any of the local leadership of the sharecroppers, or somebody we've gotten information
No,
from?
there's nobody knows what's going on that.
There's no way to contact them.
Well, or if we
Paxos is definitely more people who own their own land, whereas Antipaxos is owned by people on the
somebody
mainland.
else. Okay.
Yeah.
So okay.
But no, nobody knows. Nobody's had any contact. Again, no radio, no telephone, no telegraph cables. It's all letters brought by, if a ship goes to that place, they take the mail there and get a fee, for carrying
And that's
the
much
mail.
for our intelligence, getting around like these guys are here. Oh my god, they're so annoying.
But no. The Greek authorities have not collected that intelligence. They have not allowed the Serbians to look at Greek mail. They have not allowed the French or British to look at Greek mail. So if there's any information that's been coming out of Paxos and Antipaxos about the situation, it has not been passed on from the Greek authorities to the French, British, or Serbian authorities.
Okay.
Okay. So odd question. I mean, I know everybody's chomping at the bit to like poke people with bayonets, cut off their tendons, and drag them back in manacles.
That seems like a you problem.
You can catch more flies with honey than vinegar.
Well, right
So
now
are
we're
there-
trying to catch them with recovering from typhus.
But still, if we can offer something that maybe they can't get on these islands, some trade goods, maybe something that reminds them a little more of Serbia.
Well, certainly, one of the things that's going to happen if they come back to the city of the port town of Gaios on Paxos, spelled Gaios. I think that's Gaios. Although when I say the word Gaios out loud, all I can think of is those weird bird creatures that were always attacking. What's that turtle creature?
Darn.
Gamera.
Yeah, thank you.
Or isn't it Gaios?
Gaios was contact. No, you're right.
Okay.
Oh, still.
Gamera.
I imagine the Greek dates. But
Gamera is really neat. He is
Oh,
full
so
of
something to
tasty
like,
meat.
hey, come back to
yeah,
sweet
like
mother.
kind of
Serbia.
draw them in if they can be persuaded that
Well,
way.
certainly.
Yeah, what kind of alcohol do we get?
Well,
Wow.
That's true.
At this point, as far as alcohol goes, you're drinking Greek Retsina and Ouzo.
Okay.
Have you ever drunk Ouzo?
Yes, I have. So,
I fed a bottle of Ouzo to a friend of mine in college. He got the dry heaves so bad that his underwear flew out of his mouth. You might want to stop
All
that
right.
because
Now we are back.
All right. We have dispensed with all the bowlers and all the badges. So, any other questions?
I was trying to make sure. Is there something
Oh,
we can
anything
give,
we can bribe them? Or,
give them a taste at home with? Something that's like not
Well,
money.
that's just on you to say. We do not have the national dish of Serbia ready to go.
No, I mean, like,
or the national booze.
Do they
of
have
Serbia.
a ton of like coffee available on that island, or small things?
No, you do not. You have basically what you're faced with is, here's the patriotic reason why you should get off your ass and come back. Also, we'll shoot you.
So we are all stick, no carrot.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no real carrot. It's like do your duty to Serbia.
Okay, I just thought to make sure. If we had the option, I'd rather do that. But
Yeah.
No.
And I will note that if you're if you're in a situation where it's like someone does want to come back, they're not interested in you necessarily shooting the guy in the back. All right. But at the same time, they don't want anyone to become a symbol of resistance. If somebody gets away, that's bad. Yes, you should chase them. Yes, if you can catch them, that's great. We prefer fewer deaths than we prefer no martyrs that happen because someone's resisting the call back to the flag. But I'm going to point out that one of the things that always surprised me about the Balkan Wars in the 90s, instead of bombing the Serbs, is that they did say uncle. Right, back in the 90s, said, you know what, we don't want to be bombed anymore. We're done with the whole ethnic cleansing thing. The regime of Milosevic collapsed, at some point. And that really surprised me because the Serbs have a reputation for, fuck you, kill us all. We were completely unified. We all want to be in here fighting. We can't wait to fight. It's the reputation they had in World War I. It's the reputation they had in the Balkan Wars, World War II as being super ethnic patriots. I mean, just absolutely everyone has bought into the ethnic myth of a greater Serbia, and it was really surprising to me that after World War I, World War II, the wars before, that the Serbs took some punishment in the 90s and went, you know what, we're just not that interested in killing Croats and Bosnians anymore. That we'd rather just cut our losses, and it wasn't what I expected from the Serbs because they have a very fanatical reputation. As Serbians, you're probably not expecting anyone to just want to run. If they were going to run, they'd have run before they marched through, Albania, and half of them died. Of starvation, disease, injuries, privation, the weather. So forcing people back, there's sort of an idea, even from the captain as he's handing out the mission, is like, they're Serbians. Of course they'll come back. That's just ridiculous.
Making sure.
That shouldn't
No
be
question whatsoever.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, perhaps if they had a head wound and weren't thinking right, but
In which case, we slap them on the other side of the head until they start thinking, right?
yeah, just jiggle the shrapnel around, and they'll start thinking right.
Wrong channel.
So rifle butts. All right.
All right.
What do they want us to do with the ones that may potentially still have typhus?
Well, if anyone still has typhus, which is an outside possibility because it should have burned itself out by now, quarantine them. And just, make sure that they report to a certain area. You'll take them over and, put all the quarantine cases in one place. They'll get you'll arrange for one boat to take them to a specified cove landing place, as far as moving people from Antipaxos to Paxos, and certainly moving them from Paxos to Corfu. Anyone who's still suffering from typhus will be segregated. And let me just quickly see if I can find the... Here we go. For those of you who might be wondering about typhus, it is a major killer in this time period. There is no vaccine, and there are no antibiotics at this time to counter it. It is spread to humans via parasites, typically lice and fleas. The way you fix the typhus problem is everyone shaves their head, gets naked, and rubs themselves with poison to kill the fucking lice and fleas on them. Yeah. 10 to 60% of those infected died. Anyone who's elderly or physically weakened is at greatest risk. With the other diseases, including encephalitis, pneumonia, are complications related to typhus and can increase the chance of death. You are acutely aware. None of you have suffered typhus, but you are acutely aware of how it is spread. All of you have seen friends, family, comrades die of the disease, and you understand what the symptoms are. Chills, cough, delirium, high fever, joint pain, light sensitivity, low blood pressure, rashes, and rashes is one of the big giveaways for typhus, skin rashes, severe headaches, severe muscle pain, and a kind of stupor that they fall into in the last stages. The rash starts on the chest and spreads to the rest of the body. In its initial stages, it is a rose color, but it can become a dull brick red as the disease progresses. First symptoms occur 1 or 2 weeks after exposure. To recognize it, you'll have to roll things like either first aid or spot hidden. Let's see here. There is no practical manner to delouse once you get to these islands, to delouse these soldiers. If they're still wearing their old uniforms from the Serbian army, you're pretty much going to have to burn their fucking uniforms and get them civilian clothes, and then get them back to Corfu where they can be issued French military uniforms with Serbian markings on them. Let's see here. Basically, the main things that are done with typhus is burning the clothes, burning the bedding, and eventually burning the bodies of typhus. Noah, you've got something for me.
How are we getting to these islands? I assume we're being...
There is a boat that is a French ship, or it's contracted by the French Navy. It's a Greek ship. It's paid by the French Navy.
Okay.
I mentioned the name earlier.
Say?
Yeah. But essentially it goes back and forth from Corfu to Antipaxos on the first of the month, which is 3 days in the future.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, sir.
Can we take some French uniforms with us in case we have to burn clothes on the spot?
That's not a terrible suggestion. If you want to grab a couple extra uniforms, so that people, it's unlikely they're going to end up naked for long. You can buy clothes. You're being given money by this guy to purchase clothes locally. You wouldn't necessarily have... It's lighter to carry the money to buy clothes on Antipaxos, which actually has things like shops and things that than carry more uniforms. But the money should be able to solve the problem of extra clothes, at least to get them back to Corfu.
Do we have an exact amount of money that we have to ration, or is this kind of the fiat?
I'm going to go ahead and not trouble you with the exact amount, but I'm going to go ahead and tell you that you will not be buying your own steamer. You will not be buying property in
Dynamite. What about talk to me about dynamite?
We have the exact amount as required for that you have set for us.
Exactly. When it comes to we need to get on a boat, we need to buy some food, we need to have lodgings. I'm sure that, although I suspect that given the low population density in Antipaxos, as soldiers, there's probably enough in there for prostitutes, but I do not think you're going to find prostitutes on Paxos because there's so few people. You're probably better off on Corfu.
We're also Serbs, and we also might have typhus.
Yeah, well, the Greeks are unhappy to see you here.
Yes.
But again, poverty is an incredible aphrodisiac. But I don't think that's really something that would be possible. But hey, we can all roll for syphilis, if you really want to.
I just figured the plot point number of money units.
I think we're fine.
Okay.
Anyone want to roleplay a sexual encounter with Mr. Glancy?
No.
And then I roll down my skirt. That's going to be awesome.
Take a manhood.
I'm going to go ahead and say that if there was milk for you in the peanut gallery to shoot out of your nose, you would have shot milk out of your nose. But sadly, there was none available. Ross, next game, bring milk.
Okay.
Really noted.
Glancy wants a milk party.
Well, all my years as a sex line operator will finally come into use here.
Oh, God. The thing is, I don't question that.
Well, I'm going to tell this story because I did have a girlfriend who was a sex line operator, and the story that I was most impressed with from her whole, however many dollars a minute being a sex line operator, was the guy who would call the service just to talk about his day at work. He would just call the sex line to go, I did this at work. I don't think my boss really appreciates the amount of effort I put in to, and she just listened and said, I totally see that. You really have put in a lot of, you really, got some sweat equity in this business, and I don't think you're really being recognized. That was the sex line call, was just being a goddamn understanding, sympathetic voice. Never got around to any dirty talk or anything, but there's the guy who just wanted someone to talk to. I'm like, oh my God, this fucking world we live in. Holy shit.
I mean, the question is does it boil down to less than $80 an hour?
Yeah. And the question is, can we get Medicare to take care of it?
Sadly, no, but probably. It's probably $3 a minute. I always remember the call girls are waiting for you now commercials at 3 o'clock in the morning when you're watching some bad horror movie, like on Night Flight or whatever.
Because $80 is around the billable therapy hour.
I'm gonna suspect it's probably more.
Yeah.
But and no, Medicaid won't take it. Well, on the plus
But it's
side,
on demand,
yeah, exactly.
Probably paying someone to pay attention to you.
Yeah.
Oh man, this has gone off the rails really.
That is some sad shit. Now let's get back to World War I, where it's all happy and filled with typhus.
We have been briefed.
That's true.
We have been very thoroughly briefed. I'm
Is there
ready to take
anything, because I know we talked about at least the rations from the ooze or anything, is there anything that we possibly from our own quartermasters that might be of enticement to the Greek population?
I'm going to go ahead and say that as far as, coming up with things like, French cigarettes, French money, Greek money, you shouldn't have any trouble acquiring a bottle of Retsina on Corfu. That's not going to be a problem if you're looking to come up with the kind of thing that's like, who wants some Retsina? Who wants some Uzo to talk to the Serbs? If people are being, grumpy or don't want to talk to you, you shouldn't have any problem coming up with one or two bottles of that. That's not a big deal. trade goods are going to come into sort of like to smooth your path. They're going to be consumables primarily.
That's why you figure
chocolate.
Now, my understanding of World War I rations is we're still living in a world where there is canned food. There is the C rat and the K rat, but it's not as terrible as the Spanish-American War, where everybody died of bully beef poisoning from their canned goods. One of the things about having access to all this canned food is that you get to fight through the winter. Hooray! There's no break in the combat. There's no break in the because there's winter time. So yeah, there'll absolutely be the ability. You guys will be set up with, if you want to take some canned French army rations, and sadly it's not like a can with an eclair in it. I mean, that would be the joke I want to make, where you open it up.
Bullshit world we live in where that doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the French army rations are quite rich with a lot of sauces, and wine mixed in it. The eclair with wine, mixed in with it, and possibly some.
We call it a sweet finish.
Yeah, exactly. But you will certainly. These are islands. Everybody's eating fish, and there is a constant stream of pescado coming out of the ocean. So you've probably been eating fish for the last 4 months. I mean, that's all been as in mussels, which would be extreme poor people food. My understanding is that what back in the day people thought lobster was junk food. It was the only kind of
like the trash that you pull out of the sea.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
To be fair, when people were talking about eating lobster as like a crime against humanity, it was because the prisoners they fed it to, they would just take the whole lobster, shell and all, and grind it up and feed that.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Wow.
So that may have colored their perception of the quality of lobster.
Got a calcium content to that.
Because you really want food that cuts your gums and tongue. Wow, nasty.
Not to mention what it will do to your intestines.
Oh dear. It's got to come out at some point.
Little CeeLo, this will only make you stronger.
Yeah, there's nothing like shitting ground glass. Holy God.
Your intestines will eventually heal.
Eventually. Only a little sepsis from the lobster.
That makes you stronger.
Or dead.
Do you want ulcerative colitis? This is how you get ulcerative colitis.
Oh, wow. Damn. All right, so anything you guys want to accomplish the next 3 days before the ferry leaves for Paxos?
Yep.
Some of those trade goods, I guess, to at least have on hand, because again, money is not always good.
Some canned food that could be, and you might grab some food that's like a couple days worth of food for the whole unit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Will we have any spare firearms for anybody that's like up to strength that we can kind of corral into the?
No, the plan is not to distribute weapons.
Okay.
They'll be brought to Corfu. They'll be armed up there.
Okay. Cool.
Does anybody want to try and do something, a typical player character thing? I don't have enough weapons. Why don't I have enough weapons?
Why don't I have enough grunts?
Yeah. If I am... my understanding
What's the
is
M1907? Is that just a knife, or is that a handgun as well?
the 1907 is what they call a cruciform pike.
Okay.
It is not a knife.
It's your bayonet.
It is a bayonet that literally has a shape like a cross. So it's a spike at one end. It is not a knife.
Okay.
There's no blades on it, but it is but the pike is cross shaped. So it's you know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
At the base. So it will leave god awful, horrifying wounds in guys. The only way it would be worse is if it wasn't a cruciform, but if it had 3. That's always my favorite. Is that if it's a triangle shaped blade, it leaves the kind of hole that can't be easily stitched.
Yeah.
There's a number of trench spikes, sort of.
Okay.
Yeah.
The American
Or
ones.
something, yeah.
that have a
What's the
triangle blade.
M1905 then? Because I have ammunition pouches for it.
Let's see here.
I think that's just
that's the name of the pouch.
ammunition
Yeah, this is the name of the pouch.
Okay.
It doesn't particularly correspond to any particular weapon. It's just
Okay.
a later development of ammunition pouch than the 1886 lapel rifle.
Okay.
Let's do the PC thing.
None of you have pistols. Does anyone want to try and?
I want to try and get a pistol.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say, give me a luck roll.
Okay.
What is your luck? Actually, I can find out because I have your character sheet right here.
65%.
All right. Give me a luck roll. Tell me what you get.
I get a 97.
They take your rifle. That is a fumble. I don't know how to treat a fumble in this situation. I am unwilling to take your rifle from you at this point. But yeah, no, you are given you do not get a pistol and you get a punch in the nose. Bonk. No. The answer is no. Go away. And never trouble us again. It's a good thing you weren't the guy asking for the cigarettes and the chocolate because you'd have gotten nothing. Okay. And possibly they took your shoes. Please don't fumble again.
Wait until
guarantees.
Wait until your fumble can kill your character.
First roll of the game. We are off to a flying start.
No.
It wasn't Aaron.
Yeah.
It was totally Noah.
Yeah.
Jesus. Let's try and get a knife.
I was using Aaron's dice, though.
All right.
So.
That's now as far as getting something as simple as a utility knife, like a folding knife. If anyone wants to add a folding utility knife to their, except you, it'll be no problem to get a folding utility knife. Absolutely.
Because I think it kind of.
I like the big fuck off.
Get your big fuck off knife.
Yeah, I like the big fuck off bayonet.
But I want things that cut.
The utility
to actually
The bayonet is not good at cutting. It is all about piercing.
It's stabby stab.
It's good about making bleed, not about making cut.
I think it's the Mosin bayonet. Just looks like a giant screwdriver.
Oh yeah. If you're talking about the sort of like flip up bayonets, yes.
It just ends in like a screwdriver, and then it has the kind of cruciform.
Yeah. John Tynes had one of those bolt action carbonized moistens from like the 50s for a while, and it was exactly that kind of bayonet. Yeah.
Other practical things that would really help us out in situations that may not be shooting.
Additional ammo.
If you want to get a few extra bullets, go ahead and give me a luck roll.
Jesus, we have 100. I have 128 bullets. If 128 bullets isn't going to kill whatever we're
Single
facing,
action rifle.
yeah.
Just get another.
Oh no, wait, no, I only have 16. Why
Yeah.
did I think I have 128? Yeah.
No, look at the very bottom.
Oh yeah, 128. Yeah, 128 rounds.
What'd you roll?
47 out of 65.
You want another 40 rounds? You get another 40 rounds.
Okay.
It's a bullet 129. What killed the shotgun?
Do we have any kind of actual first aid kit, or is it pretty much just what we've ripped up for bandages?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Honestly, if anyone ended up being dumped here in December with wounds that required, a sucking chest wound that required being packed or whatever, they're gone now.
They were left to their fate. So
You're really not carrying anything in the way of a personal
We have their
medical kit.
medallions, and that's what matters.
Yeah. If you can police up their medallions, that's good enough for the Serbian government in exile at this point.
Has anybody got demolitions?
No.
I'm guessing not.
No. We're not getting anything explosive.
Well, hand grenades are not being handed out to the Serbian army at this point. When you guys are reorganized and are shipped out of Corfu to Salonika to fight the Bulgarians, oh yeah, they're going to give you bitches some grenades, some Mills bombs, some F1, no problem. But and they'll train you on them. But as my understanding is the Serbian army wasn't trained on grenades in 1914, even though they had two wars. Grenades were not a big factor. Grenades become a huge factor in World War I in 1915, 1916. So, sadly, you do not have...
We're not on the cutting edge of grenade technology.
No, you're not.
No grenades for you.
No.
All right.
This is not like I believe I said this is 19.
Again, we got
May of
big fuck off
1916.
bayonets. It's all
Now, out in the Somme, everybody's got a fucking hand grenade, absolutely.
Yeah.
But this is not part of the.
To be honest, I'd rather be
war-making
here than the song.
Yeah, well, you really would. You would prefer to be here. You say that now.
Any other practical ideas?
Later, he'll be like, "Take me to the Somme, Glancy. Take me to the Somme. I'll take the mustard gas. I'll take the Stahlgranate. It's fine. I
think this is going to be a pleasant outing.
I'll take the Jack Johnsons. Although I don't know if the British call them Jack Johnson.
How long is the ferry ride to?
It's going to be over a day.
Over a day. Oh, it's pretty far out.
Corfu is way up near where Albania is north of Greece.
Yeah.
It's kind of it's going to shock me how far north Corfu is.
Yeah.
Paxos and Paxos are closer to the Greek mainland than.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, quite a distance.
Do
they have
this little steamboats going?
Is this a total
6 or 8 knots?
The last thing I guess would be asking: is this a total guess on the part of the officers that guys wound up here?
No,
do they know?
Absolutely, they know that on Paxos there's absolutely people you can get in touch with.
Well, I mean, do they have any intelligence indicate that any soldiers were dropped off there?
Yes.
Okay.
Here's what we've got about. Let me if I get this here about Paxos.
Well, we got the basic full one.
Let's see here. There is a lieutenant who has been in communication with headquarters on Corfu, on Paxos. His name is. Let me see here. Here we go. Goran Durkovic. Let's see. The Serbian word for lieutenant is poručnik. Goran Durkovic. He has been in touch with headquarters. He has gone so far as to establish an office to maintain records of Serbian soldiers on Paxos. He has done some efforts to organize the guys who were marooned on Paxos, and he has sent letters to Corfu on the mail ships saying, "We're here, we exist, awaiting orders."
How many does he have a guess of how many were there?
No, he really does. He does not.
But there's some enough to write letters.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go.
You don't know you don't know what's about him, but you don't know much about him. But he apparently has reported that he has rounded up stragglers, but he and has sent letters saying and you're probably going to be given.
What was the guy's name?
His name is Durkovic. Durkovic. Lieutenant Durkovic will probably also be asking for you guys to carry a bundle of money because he's been running up debts in town, feeding soldiers who don't have jobs, and then sometimes the soldiers have to work on Greek fishing ships or do manual labor around the islands in order to pay their way, and he's built up a debt. So he'll be there'll be a bundle of money that has been according to his last letter plus a little extra that'll be issued to you to hold on to hand off to the lieutenant, saying it's separate from your money, saying, here, this will catch you up on all the debts that you've run up, feeding and caring for soldiers in the city of Gaios, or the town of Gaios. Okay. Anything else?
No, we're ready to go.
Let's go. Did you say that, or is there a place that we're going to be, lodgings or anything?
No, you'll have to find that for yourself once you get to
It'll be in
Gaios.
Paxos. There should be an inn or something.
That is to say, the city of Gaios on the island of Paxos.
Well, say just on the off chance that,
Are you worried it's going to be booked during the tourist season?
No, mostly they're not going to let us in.
Well, that's what the guns are for.
That is, in fact, what the guns are for, and that is what liaisoning with Lieutenant Durkovic will be about.
Okay.
All right. So you guys, you guys get on 4 days from now. You get on your crappy French ship. I will refer to it, rather than referring to the manuscript, I will refer to it as the SS Greasy Bastard. There we go.
Just slips in and out.
And you are dropped off on the island of Paxos in the port of Gaios on, let's see here, I think it's going to be April 2nd, if I'm not mistaken. You left on April 1st?
Yep.
Yeah. You're out
All
on April
sorts of
2nd.
pranks happen.
Yeah.
Hijinks ensue.
Hijinks do indeed ensue.
Nothing like a World
Now,
War prank.
it's a small town. You're probably looking at 1,500, 2,000 people tops in this town. It's mostly, there's a big old whitewashed Greek Orthodox church. That's good. You guys are all Eastern Orthodox. That helps smooth over some of the problems of the Greeks. I mean, again, you share an alphabet, you share Eastern Orthodox religion. You're not dirty Catholics, for instance, or those crazy Protestants or something like that.
How crazy are they, really?
Well,
Oh my gosh.
you're real Christians. After all,
Yeah,
Constantinople
of course.
was the second Rome. So.
Yeah.
You arrive there at the island, pulls up. There's other people on the boat. They all pour off the ship to do whatever business that they're on, that get on with. Your Greek captain, with his Greek fishing cap, looking probably something like Topol from, Fiddler on the Roof, ushers you on to the docks. If you arrive during daylight hours, the docks are mostly empty. The fishing smacks and boats are out. They've left before dawn to do their business. Port's mostly empty. You pile off the boat onto the dock. What do you do?
So we're on Paxos now?
You are on the island of Paxos in the town of Gaios, which is supposedly the residence of our lieutenant.
Do we know where he is?
No.
Just need to start asking around, see if anybody knows.
Well, the sergeant is in command, so sergeant.
So our mission is to get people off of Antipaxos onto Paxos so they can be.
Well, first we'll get everyone to Paxos accounted for first.
Yeah.
Okay, we need to get everyone to Paxos accounted for first.
Yeah.
Then let's report to the lieutenant, and then we'll get on our way.
Okay. The first thing is like, ¿Dónde está el lieutenante? That's the first problem. You with your 20% Greek, having, I don't think I wrote on the character sheet, but I imagine that your character spent a little time in the Merchant Marine.
Okay.
And I don't know if you have any sailing
I have
skills
boating.
or boating.
We got some navigation.
Do you have boating? First column.
Have boating.
Boating, 40%.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You may have spent a little time. That's going to be things like how to tie knots and things like that.
And pilot a boat.
Yeah. You will have had enough Greek to be able to ask, questions about, again,
What was it that Ross?
¿Dónde está el embassy de,
Or is that other
consulata
place that
de
we-
Serbia?
No.
You are pointed down the road, and
wish we would be
by the local
Psalm.
Greeks,
Yeah.
but you
The
also
front.
very quickly
No, a crit fails this. We end up at something.
attract the attention of genuine Serbs who are lounging around on the docks, or not really lounging around, but are doing things like
Whittling.
they're drying nets
Okay.
for the fishing fleet. They are.
Can there be at least one whittler?
There's one.
Okay.
There's at least one.
If you want me to impress them, I have woodcraft.
Wow.
I'm whittling.
Yeah.
Whittling man.
Do you have it over base?
Yes, I have 55% wood.
You're a fucking holy
I'm
shit.
your whittler.
You are a genuine carpenter. That was your job before it came to the war.
So, do you want to see
Build some barricades.
When it comes time to nail all the crooked wood over the windows,
I'm your man.
You are the guy.
So, how many Serbians are there?
Well, the first thing you guys do run into Serbians in the port. I mean, there's guys who are doing jobs around, and once they recognize that, first of all, you guys show up in these French baby blue military uniforms, but with weird piping, which they would have. These uniforms have collar pips and shoulder boards that are Serbian. Right? A lot of you are still wearing the Serbian caps rather than a French kepi, right? But the greatcoats are we're not wearing greatcoats in the summer, right? But the other stuff you're wearing is French, and so you attract attention immediately when you get off the dock. And you have Serbians who turn up and are like, are you from the government? Are you from the army?
See.
Wow.
But they want to know immediately. Are we back in the fight? Are we going to kill? Are we going to kill? Habsburgs? Are we on? Is it on?
Once we get everyone rounded up, sure.
Well, they will be able to tell you where the lieutenant's digs are. Yeah,
Durkovic.
That we have no trouble, and you immediately sort of get this situation where there's some guys walking with you and some guys who leave, and and they run off to tell people that.
News spreads quickly.
Yeah, and the Serbs want to know when they're going to get back to killing Habsburgs, when they're going to get to killing Hungarians,
I don't
and
blame
Austrians.
them, but we got to get everyone rounded up first.
So when you get to Dukovic's office, it is literally he has rented an empty shop space. It's got a Serbian flag on a pole out front, and there's like a front office with a Greek woman who is able to type things and whatever, has enough skill with using a typewriter to filing. And Dukovic is or Durkovic. When you meet this guy, this guy has some serious frostbite damage in his face. You can see that he's got these very white scars on his face where the retreat through the Alps or the Balkan Mountains was no fucking fun for him. He's got his nose, he's got his ears, but he's got scar tissue on his face. And he is shy his right arm. All right, he's got that sucker pinned up, right, and everything is taken care of with his left arm. He's happy, thrilled to take the money off of our sergeant here, so he can sort of square his debts with the locals. And during the course of this, the local constabulary shows up. These local Greeks with their, and they turn out with their incredibly dark blue. Sort of navy uniforms, which looked like the worst thing possible for a Mediterranean environment. You'd think they'd have like nice whites or something.
Yeah. Not something dark and
made from wool as opposed to cotton. The local constabulary shows up to to give you the hairy eyeball and give you the once over, but. Durkovic's Greek is quite good, and he's able to explain what these new guys with guns are doing in the town. He has already tried to make a list of who's where and who's fit for service, and there's plenty of guys who aren't. While you're there in Gaios, there are guys who come up on crutches with missing feet or pieces of feet from frostbite who are like ready to report, and you're like, we'll find an office job, can you read? And that's not a guarantee in 1916, right? But maybe you can read, maybe you can work in an office somewhere as opposed to the front lines, or maybe we can find some job, maybe we can find you a nice wooden leg or something. But there are people who turn up, and you are definitely seeing frostbite casualties. There's Lieutenant, make sure to let you know that there's been no sign of typhus for weeks, months.
Good.
But there is a report that some typhus victims were dumped on Antipaxos. Whether they're dead or not,
Nobody
knows.
I mean, we should probably take some kerosene to just set to the island, just in case.
Just burn it all flat.
Yeah. Start over.
When was the last time you had contact with the Antipaxos?
He says there was a report that there were some Serbian soldiers who were dumped over there from a typhus outbreak on a ship, but I have not heard of any survivors. They may have all died.
When ago? How long ago was that?
Months ago. It was a couple months ago.
All right, so they're all dead or they survived.
If they've survived, they haven't contacted us. They haven't come over to Paxos from Antipaxos.
Okay.
Now, as far as coming over from Paxos to Antipaxos, the sharecroppers who work that island and farm the grapes and the olives on it there's ships that are contracted here from Paxos to pick up the seasonal harvests and then bring that to the mainland. But as far as mail, there's no mail ship to Paxos. Nobody can read or write on Paxos. They're all peasants, So that's not something that happens ever. If there's any connection between the two islands, when people from Antipaxos come over to Paxos and attempt to find a tool or something that they've lost or broken, but for the most part, there's not a huge amount of contact with that island.
Who knows what the fuck's going on over there?
Let's try the coffee.
That's out of character,
Go
by
right
the way.
ahead.
That was not Lieutenant Durkovic.
It's got like a slightly sweet.
Yeah, it's different than your average whiskey, but
By the way, while we're talking about alcohol, this Scuttlebutt Homeport Blonde Ale is quite nice and refreshing.
And I'm drunk as a skunk.
drunk bros.
I believe we all are at this point. That is an enormous amount of alcohol we more.
Yeah, I kind of fucked up there, didn't I?
Yeah, like
One
all these
bottle,
bottles.
but you brought
Or glorious.
I brought four.
Four, and we four you kind of drain. Yeah,
Four bottles
It's a
that are
small
half
batch
empty.
bottle. It doesn't count.
look at the rest.
Just say half. We've
the
done half.
small batch bottle still
you
doesn't count.
guys would be sweating whiskey for the next 3 days.
Yeah, woo! This is going to make running convergence very interesting.
All right. So, anyway, wow, that is interesting.
Yeah,
Right? Yeah.
Weird mellow to I don't know what, but
It's kind of like the after that gets you.
It almost has a.
It's kind of sweet almost.
It's very sweet. It's almost caramel.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to
This is
get that.
now the whiskey cast?
Yeah, it's not the whiskey.
The Mix 6 hot takes. Special episode. Hot takes on ice. Well, not on ice, but
Hot takes.
Hot cakes on ice?
hot takes.
Oh, sorry. I suddenly had this image of pancakes flying across the ice.
Oh, man.
We have the hottest takes on, and we review liquor on the special bonus podcast. Anyways.
All right, so let's see here.
So it sounds like on Paxos, everything's pretty much squared away. Durkovic.
Well, he's made some efforts to send runners out, and he's made some efforts to keep track of information. He knows who's in Gaios for sure.
Yeah.
He says the best thing he can do is for you guys is organize a series of Serbians, runners who are healthy enough to go to the other communities on Paxos and basically be town criers and show up and say, "Hey, we need to get everyone organized, and if you can, report to Gaios. There'll be, food will be paid for. You show up, there'll be food. You'll be able to get your gear, or we'll
Be able to get back to Serbia.
yeah, you'll be able
Eventually.
Well, all we have to do is defeat the Austro-Hungarian Empire
How hard can that be?
and the Kingdom of Bulgaria.
How hard could that be?
And the Empire of Germany. German Empire. But apart from those things, you'll be home by Christmas.
Yeah.
Wow.
we can count on that.
Christmas 1918.
It's still.
And more
It's
Christmas.
still Christmas. But he can send runners out to start organizing.
Okay. So it sounds like Antipaxos is the only real problem.
Well, Antipaxos he hasn't been to.
That hence the problem.
Yeah. So, as far as getting there, the docks are going to be full of fishing boats. Any number of fishermen will take you over to Antipaxos, no problem.
Okay.
No big deal.
What time of day is it?
Well, when you arrive, let's go ahead and call it. Oh, wow. Okay. It's like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, going through all this, being swamped by a number of spindly Serbians who want to know when they get back to murdering the fuck out of some Austrians. I mean, okay.
Feel you guys.
I'm going to say, when it comes to Serbians, murdering Austrians is fine, but is there any chance we can also murder Turks?
Yeah. We'll do that in spades once we get back.
I
to the
hear
forest.
they're on the other side of this war. Is there any chance we can bayonet some Turks? Because that would be sweet. And,
Yeah,
you
we'll
know,
totally get to that. Let's just get
will you
everyone off
bayonet?
these islands.
So will you
sadly, they do not get to bayonet any Turks that I'm aware of.
will you bayonet this turkey sandwich?
That's not written
for a
yet.
moment?
The future is
The
unwritten.
future is unwritten. I'm sure the Serbs will be used to take Constantinople.
Yeah.
But there's plenty of guys who turn up ready to go who are, fucking scarecrows and shit. I mean, they're just,
Let's put some meat back on them bones.
these guys have
you
some.
out there.
You can see their spine from their fucking, through their nipples. All right, it's not good.
Well,
The
that's,
promise of food isn't
that's a
really
mental image to have while drinking whiskey.
So say,
Everyone drink.
Okay.
I need to drink.
I've not had the Lafarge. Let's go with that.
so
Very
saying yes,
smoky.
there will be food is a good thing.
Well, I don't know. Is there an option for food in this whole event here?
Well, you said
Oh, yes.
We can take a break to get some snacks if you want.
If anyone is interested in actual food as opposed to drinking, yeah.
There is a place that apparently will order to and deliver to the JW.
Mm-hmm.
It's Italian-style beefs and pizzas.
Oh, gee, who doesn't like that?
Right.
I'm down.
Even Serbians would eat that.
Right.
Not the least of because Italy, by this time, is now on the Entente.
Oh, this one's already stitched together.
It's going to be
allies. So,
I was just going to say you two.
things go relatively smoothly on Paxos. People are, at least in the town of Gaius, are ready to go. They're thrilled that some effort is being made. The lieutenant will be more than happy to sort of create lists of how many guys, how many can move under their own power, and what shape they're in. But really, their medical determination will take place on Corfu. They'll get back to Corfu, and then they'll be like, "Okay, dude, you are so going to need some more fat, and muscle before you can do this."
So
I appreciate the enthusiasm, but you can't carry a 60-pound pack.
Shove some pork into
So,
you.
can we determine who are the healthiest of them to designate as our runners?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
With that, we'd actually for a roll for that, or we just kind of pick them out and then.
No, I won't. I'm not going to give you a hard time about figuring out who is healthy enough. And again, as far as running, there's some mules on this island. There are people. There's some pack animals. There's not a lot of horses. There's probably maybe 10 horses on the whole damn island, owned by the richest goddamn people on the island.
Right.
Yes, you could certainly rent them. You could find some poor, Serbian cavalry officer who's been marooned on Paxos. He'd be happy to be the Serbian Paul Revere to run around and say, the Habsburgs are coming. But really, what you're talking about is just getting someone who's healthy enough who can walk to the other communities and say, we need to gather everybody up. Give me your names. Fill out the if you can't fill out the paper, they got to be literate and they got to be healthy because they're going to be writing down sergeant, corporal, whatever. Because literacy at this time period is super. I mean, it's not what we think it is.
Yeah.
One of the things that always shocked me about my World War I stats is that the Germans are like 99% literate. And the Italians are like 35% literate at this time, and America's not looking that great either. America's like 60-70% maybe literate, but Germany's this crazy advanced culture in World War I where everybody can read and everyone's got unemployment insurance and all the things you would expect from a
society.
Yeah, exactly. Old age pensions, work injury insurance. The rest of the planet is just the Wild West. Where, I'm sorry you didn't have enough kids to take care of you when you got old. I guess you'll have to die in a gutter. That's the rest of the planet, including the old U.S. of A. As far as literacy goes, in the Balkans, it is not a done deal at all. So it takes you guys a while to find folks who are both healthy and who can.
So that's like a day.
Yeah, to get that.
You burn a day. Absolutely.
Okay.
Can we give them the rundown of this is what to look for in case of an additional typhus outbreak?
Yes.
Well, I think everyone here. It sounds like everyone here is a veteran when it comes to typhus.
Yeah.
And here's one of the deals is that you will definitely hear that there were some stories of typhus early, months ago, but there hasn't been a report of typhus or a scare of typhus in weeks, months. There's nothing to worry about. I mean, they don't think there's any.
Well, that's consistent with what we know about typhus is that there would be the outbreak because in these conditions there normally wouldn't be typhus because it's a nice stable farming community. It's not like an army marching across a hostile territory or like during winter or whatever.
Where you have
So like once the people who have typhus either die or get
and
over
take the
it.
folks near them with them.
Yeah. But eventually it would die out, just through time, because the conditions aren't right to propagate it.
Yeah, it's not the population's not dense enough.
Yeah.
To really make it nasty.
Yeah, keep in mind, for those of you who are playing in the Red Markets campaign, that this place is almost as big as Whidbey Island off of Seattle, which has 58,000 people, and this has 2,000 people on it.
Yeah.
And so way lower population density. over a comparable island. By the way, we're playing Red Markets at Whidbey Island.
Yeah.
The coast
So
of
I just
Seattle.
hit it. I'll go with the barbecue beef.
Because Shaw really fucking advocated
There's
for it.
also some
Anyways.
fries on there, basket of fries. I will go ahead and take my chances with some carbs.
Got it.
It's just as much meat and grease as you possibly get.
That's what this weekend's about.
That is what will filter this booze out of my system.
Oh my god, I hope so.
Because if you have to make combat decisions when you're this lit, yeah, it's not going to be good.
For the listeners, by the way, Noah brought 4 bottles of high-end liquor. Whiz like.
It's all brown. It's all brown liquor.
All brown liquor, yeah.
It's all whiskey and bourbon.
Yeah.
Folks. Yeah. It's turtles all the way down.
I have 1 bottle
You
of
should
beer.
be drinking more. You're not
Yes,
playing.
she should.
You know, you
Make
can't.
me drink.
Uber
You can't blow it.
You
There's-
can't.
As,
No, I
as
gotta.
somebody
I got
tweeting to Ken
things
Height
to
once
do
said,
tomorrow.
Gen Con was
can't be
lit.
drunk.
Please don't.
Is Ken going to show up, or is he going to be an Necronomicon?
Ah, look,
I think he's here. I think he's here. They're doing Ken and Robin.
Oh, from here.
Yeah. So I don't think he's at
Yeah.
Necronomicon.
No, we lost him.
Yeah. Anyway.
I can't imagine someone would choose Necronomicon over this.
Well, I thought about it.
Yeah.
You know, I did think about it.
Well, I can if you're like a horror writer, like horror fiction writer. But if you're like a game designer, like this is the place to be.
Yeah. Plus, I have to be here so that everyone who's angry at me about my Kickstarter can show up and be really angry at me about my Kickstarter.
Well, if Caleb was here, he will commiserate with you in spirit because he's had his own shit to deal with.
And I'm going to say this right now, just from that right of the email. I will be ever happy to throw money at you. You have given us so much.
Yeah, that's because you've had multiple games here, and
Regardless.
not every
I know,
Kickstarter
but
has
still.
had that level of service. All right,
I know, but still. Well, not service.
those guys have not. You know, those guys have been able to feel my tonsils. You have not. All right, so
Wow.
I guess if I
That's
missed
another
one.
amazing.
Okay, that's a drink right there.
Whiskey.
you're gonna have to blot that out with some whiskey.
Yeah.
All right.
What happened?
Okay, so we're
Down in 1.
That looked like it hurt Aaron in multiple different ways. His eyes he is now bleeding from the eyes.
So I feel my level of drunkenness plus my level of sleep deprivation has provided me a very good insight into
They
my
negated
character.
each other.
Yeah.
It's like Mr. Burns and all those diseases. They all cancel each other
to the
out.
door.
Anyway, obscure Simpsons reference over. So,
So at some point, you guys are going to want to try and negotiate a fishing smack to take you
yeah,
over to.
it sounds like Paxos is pretty route. Like,
Well, Paxos is civilization. Antipaxos, we think there's guys on it, but we're not sure.
can we ask Durkovic what stories he's heard about Antipaxos?
Well, as far as I know, Antipaxos is essentially it's not wrong to describe it as a sharecropper community.
Yeah.
To sort of bring it into American terms. There are folks who are the locals who live on the island, who are descendants of people who came over from Paxos, who are like second generation people working the vineyards and the olive groves of people who do not live there and do not even live on Paxos. All right, people who are, and there are
People on
certainly
the mainland.
farms on Paxos that are run in a similar manner. Right?
So you close at 10.
Bastards.
Fuck. Well,
All right. Well, we will just restart the process of finding food.
yeah.
It's the summer.
Yeah.
The harvest is coming up in a couple of months. At this point, May, you're losing your flowers and your grapes have not started to show up yet.
Yeah.
You know. But that's all going to be done by like October. You're going to be having a harvest in September or something like that. At that point, the people in Paxos have contact with Antipaxos because they're the ones who come over and take the grapes and the olives off the island and bring them back to Paxos, where they will eventually be taken to the mainland
For processing, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about that. There's probably there's probably presses and things on Paxos for crushing grapes and creating crushing olives, to create olive oil or whatever. There's probably some of that going on Paxos.
But there's no it's like, oh, the people of Antipaxos are weird because they
No, they don't have 3. They don't have 10 heads, and they don't have extra genitals.
They definitely don't.
When they don't liquor man anybody?
No, there's no reports of them burning the local constabulary in a giant wicker basket in shape of a man. They don't.
Any kind of shape, really.
No
They don't only communicate from the shadows with strange buzzing voices.
Whisper in the darkness, yeah.
So
Do not touch Paxos. And
All right.
Paxos
They're not a bunch of
or there'll be a tremendous explosion.
So in this case, we're more or less dealing with like a Virginia, West Virginia situation.
Basically.
Whoa, you actually have West Virginia.
West Virginia's the good one, kind of.
After all, they are the ones who seceded from Virginia when Virginia said, we're going to be traitors to America in 1860. And West Virginia said, fuck that.
Granted, not great to drive through, but still.
Well, I'm not every place that stayed with the Union was exactly, on the NAACP's list of places.
Missouri is kind of...
Missouri.
Yeah, we're in that really gray
That's
area.
why it's a border state. Missouri's what gave us the border ruffians.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And the bald knobbers and a lot of other vigilante violence.
Occasionally cruise over to Kansas and burn Lawrence.
Yeah, the Jayhawkers are kind of mad about that.
Yeah, a little.
Just a little raw.
Just a little bit. Anyway,
so-
we had fun.
And we had fun. With our ethnic cleansing.
So it sounds like, it's just go over there and...
All right, well, can you guys go down to the docks? And,
How big is Antipaxos comparatively?
Oh,
We saw the map.
Pretty small.
It's a very
Less than a
small
quarter.
island.
Well, like a
quarters,
mile, a couple, 5 miles?
It's maybe a mile or 3/4 of a mile across. I guess because of Europe.
So we can search it in like a day.
There was some sketch from College Humor I saw where they're doing this thing where I can't remember the actor's name. He was on. Never mind. He was in. I am drunk enough that I cannot remember any of the shows he was in. He was in Wings. He was the mechanic in Wings.
Oh, yeah.
And he was in.
Spider-Man. He was
in Spider-Man, correct?
So.
Yes.
I was going to try and remember that he was the Tales from the Crypt movie he was in, Demon Knight.
Oh, yeah. No, I know what you're talking about.
But
Where's
at some point, there's a College Humor sketch where he's, the American, they're just sort of doing like a Paul Bunyan ditty, like, Jebediah was a man, a real American man, and he was mauled by a bear in Canada, and he's mauled by a bear in Canada, and these, the fucking EMTs find him, they're like, quick, we're going to get you to a Canadian, hospital. And he's like, I'm not having any of that commie medicine. I'm a free American man. He's like, just point me to the border and I'll work my way back to America. Well, the border's about 50 kilometers there. Don't give it to me in that Nazi measure. Give it to me in American miles. I just love the Nazi kilometers. Don't give it to me in Nazi kilometers. I'm like, okay, in American miles, this island is maybe 3 miles long. Yeah. Maybe a mile to 75.75 miles across. It's a long, thin island. And how do I put this? The best place to come ashore, this sort of nice white sandy beach with cliffs around it, and then most of this place is cliffs, is sort of in the middle of the western shore of the island. I believe at the southern shore of the island, the northern shore of the island, which is the place that's closest to Paxos, is where the lighthouse is. Okay. And then there's just farms, individual farms, spread all over the island.
More or less kind of enclosed by the cliffs.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and you're looking for Thomas Hayden Church.
Thomas Hayden Church.
That's the guy.
So,
He's got 3 names, so you know that he might eventually be a presidential assassin. Because they always include the middle name on anyone who's a serial killer or an assassin. It's always Lee, John Wayne Gacy, or Oswald. Yeah.
Oh my god, this game is going to be a mess.
Oh, Lordy.
We are not drunk enough yet.
Okay.
See,
We heard that. We're reporting you to the Department of Homeland Security.
that's what she's like after a single sip of whiskey.
Yeah.
So we need to go.
Wasn't that don't make me kill all of you.
So it's not like we just go to Antipaxos.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. The next day, you go down to the docks before everyone goes out fishing, and you basically are in a situation where you get to offer the fishermen who wants more, Greek lira or denarii or whatever it is that their currency is. Who wants to have more Greek denarii to take us over to this island and they would get going out fishing? And that's not hard. You'll find some guys who go, sure, get on the boat.
Here's the exchange rate, and we'll go for it.
Most of the ships here are not. Most ships here are not motorized. In fact, none of them are. They're all basically fishing smacks that are sail-driven or oars. But these guys will take you the 1 mile or whatever it is over to the beach at Paxos, or
Antipaxos,
and you can unload. All right. They there's a couple of Greeks there, probably named Mikolos or something like that. And they're like, or Nikolos, there's always a Nick, there's always
Nicola.
a Nick. And they're like, sure, for exchange for some of those, denarii or whatever, fine.
Can I interest you in a bottle of Ouzo?
Sure, they'll take the bottle of Ouzo if you're absolutely giving it away. But they take you over to this island, and let me see if I can pull up. Oh, here we go. Let's see if I can.
Is there any talk of them actually seeing any Serbians on the island whenever they're out fishing?
All right. Hold on just a second. I'm going to blow this up to. Okay, so this is the harbor you guys are going to get dropped in. This is the harbor.
Shit.
This is the harbor you're going to be dropped in. Now, this is a modern photograph of the bay on the island of Paxos.
They're still color back.
Still time to fucking defect.
Yeah. It is that sort of beautiful Aegean water that you can see all the way down to the bottom of the little cove. There's cliffs along here, but there is a sandy beach, and there's there's basically a little path up onto the highlands of the island up here. Obviously, no rich people yachts out here, but you will have a little jetty. You'll have a little dock out here as you are let out.
And there's no town or building there.
No, there's no building. Well, there is a building. There would be a building up over here. It would be something that looks like has no windows. It just has a door. It looks more like a warehouse than a residence. So that's big. And again, oh my God, it's so beautiful. But these guys can drop you there by 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning. Okay. The very latest.
So give us enough daytime. Are they going to stick around, or are they going
What do you want them to do?
I would rather have. I think it's better to have a boat waiting for us just in case so we don't have to worry about camping out at night. It won't be
maybe something just kind of out circling nearby.
Yeah, if it's like a fishing trawl or something, like, hey, do your rounds.
If it's a sail-driven fishing trawl, they probably have a small rowboat that they row you ashore in.
Okay.
Probably in 2 groups. That is to say, if there's one of them doing the rowing. Well, I mean, some of you have pilot small boat.
Yeah.
Or boating or whatever. Yeah. So you'll be able to row yourselves at the shore. But it probably takes 2 trips to get all 6 of you ashore.
Well, if it would be too expensive to just have them circle around, we could arrange a pickup time, maybe?
Well, the problem with arranging a pickup time is that these guys don't have wristwatches or watches of any kind. If there's any kind of pickup time, it's going to have to be based on the position of the sun. Tomorrow morning, tonight, when do you want to be picked up?
That's what I was kind of thinking.
Would it be a luck roll to see if any of us had timepieces on us?
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm not giving it my watch.
Well, I'm
Are we all doing luck rolls?
33, maybe.
Out of
70. Oh, sorry, luck 60, I'm sorry. No.
16? Yeah, it's not less than half.
Yeah. Yeah, so it just... no.
If you had your grandfather's watch, your gold watch from when he retired from the Serbian Railroad, apparently that took a bullet that saved your life earlier.
Okay, I accept it. Never mind. So,
anybody else want to roll to see if they have a timepiece?
Can we find out when they're going to be coming out to go fishing again, and maybe?
Well, we'll be back out tomorrow morning.
I said morning's fine by me, you know.
So we could just get picked up whenever they come out.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Sure, we can come out tomorrow morning. No problem.
47 out of 5?
No, you do not have a timepiece.
If it's only 3 miles long, it shouldn't take very long to...
Can I roll for a timepiece?
Sure, go ahead.
Is that luck?
Everyone.
Is that luck? Okay.
Yeah. 35 out of 70.
88. Not only do you not have a timepiece, there was an explosion that drove your grandfather's watch into your forehead. You constantly have to wind the watch that is sticking out of the giant scar on your temple. Because without the ticking, the constant ticking, you wet your pants.
Glancy,
No.
that's tough, but that's fair.
So they essentially become the people from the scenario last just now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
They're like, sure, we'll come back in the morning tomorrow. No problem.
I guess we'll just camp out and...
I'll say if it's only 3 miles long.
Yeah, and honestly, it's a beautiful
morning's
beach. What do
fine.
we have to worry about?
Morning or midday?
Well, I mean, I don't see anything possibly going wrong. We're just going to a remote island that is cut off from the rest of the world.
That might have,
anything could happen.
What could go wrong?
We're just going to light
we
our
live in a
fire.
rational world where
there aren't totally elder ones from beyond.
And why did
I don't know what you're
that
talking about.
voice come out of the
we
forest?
have rifles, by the way, that we have to load one bullet in at a time.
As God intended.
That's you make it count.
That's why we stagger.
I'm gonna go
2 at
with
a time.
But I have 128 bullets.
Tots and go.
So if I have enough time to load all those into the gun...
Like I said, we take turns as far as the shooting. 2 at a time.
Torn, taco.
Yeah, so we're Zuluing it.
That was pretty. That was American Revolution.
So 3 shots around.
So yeah, you get 3 shots. Next person 3 shots. Just 2 at a time, and that way we have the reloading time.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you're being fucking rational about this.
It's like you're in a Call of Cthulhu scenario.
I was saying I doubt we're gonna have to fire a shot. I'm trying to be nice to people.
No, there's always cultists.
Oh, God.
I mean,
yeah.
What cultists?
Well, at some point it's hard to tell the players from the cultists.
That's true.
This is how the rifle works.
I don't have the ironclad.
Stagger
now.
your shots, reload.
Yes, you will. Bourbon whiskey.
Oh, that's
Right. Reload.
So you
Have you not had that yet?
somebody
All
starts.
had it.
So it's like a round of singing.
I've never had. This will be the last thing I'm missing.
Okay, yeah. That's standard procedure.
Thank you again, Noah. Jesus Christ, you were enabling.
Well, he's left the room.
He's not even in here.
That's how drunk you are. You're thinking a man who's not even here.
You're talking.
High five.
He cracked himself up over doing finger bang motions and then left the room.
He cracked himself up over finger bang. This is finger bang?
Yeah.
Because last time I checked, this was finger bang.
Listeners at home, just use your imagination. I'm not going to describe it. You're not wrong. And I'm keeping this all in the podcast.
You're keeping this all in the podcast. Oh, good.
Edit. Sound effects, Ross.
So does that get like a? Does that get a slide whistle?
I'm not even playing this game.
Does that get a slide whistle?
Helping or hurting?
Penny whistle.
By the way, Scuttlebutt is a home poured blonde ale, and it's really nice. And it's from Everett, Washington.
Fabulous Everett, Washington, home of all of our, most of our meth heads.
Yeah, okay.
In the Kilkenny area.
They've made a good beer.
Yeah, haven't they, though?
Have you had this before?
No.
Okay. Well, Micah brought this all the way also from Washington. He drove here. Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck?
Exactly.
Booze transport.
And yeah,
I have this image of him being like the trash can man in what was it? What was the King thing?
Yeah,
The Stand, where he's driving across America, with his eyelids peeling off. And I'm gonna get the Gen Con. Why would you do that?
I don't know, but he's coming down to Springfield after Gen Con to hang out with us. So.
Just to roll in there, skin melting off, all for you.
It's all for you. Yeah, exactly. I gotta admit, I'm impressed with his chutzpah.
Yeah, I admire the dedication.
Yeah.
So Noah, thank you for enabling our drinking all this.
Yes.
Fine
So you know how like Quap or Octodad, how you like, pretend you're human?
Yeah, and you're
that's how I feel right now.
Well, keep up the act. So far, we can't tell you're a reptoid.
Yeah.
All right, so we're heading.
You haven't breathed through your eyes yet.
Yeah, exactly. Don't breathe through your eyes. And
wait, so we've let it on.
And don't false flag Sandy Hook.
And
it's warning.
Did you get? All right. There's been enough drinking that I can make this thing. Has anyone followed the Alex Jones thing about Charlottesville?
Oh,
not for Charlottesville.
For Charlottesville, he claimed, of course,
it was a false flag.
Of course, it's false flag.
Yeah,
but he goes full protocols of the Elder Design by saying that all the neo-Nazis and Klansmen were cosplayed by Jewish actors. He claims he made some thing like it looked like the cast of Seinfeld, and I'm like, look, okay, what? There are many things we can argue about. There's many things we can disagree about, but the idea that the Klansmen were cosplayed by the cast of Seinfeld is not one of them, unless somebody has taken the protocols of the Elders of Zion, put them in a blender, and ejected them directly into your fucking eyeballs. All right, that is not a thing.
And let's be clear about this: it's only going to be Michael Richards. That's the only one you're going to get.
So, Michael Richards might be on his side, based on the evidence we have available.
Any amount of editing you have to do this episode, or you have to put it into like B-side.
No, this is going on the podcast.
The sidetrack, segue across the
tomorrow.
Yeah,
segue with
I am going to ask that everyone sort of enjoys their current high.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Holds off because now that you're on the island, it's going to get.
Better.
It's going to get better. And I will point out that in Enemy of My Enemy, enough bourbon does lead to, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, indecision.
Dithering.
I will not dither. I swear to you.
All right.
I will make decisions rapidly.
Why were we placed upon this earth? Just to
give me a choice, and I will make it.
All right.
Basically, the privates are in charge right now. The leadership is
No. Are you mutiny? I will bayonet you.
No, we're good.
Okay.
But we're not exactly in the.
I'm
best.
sorry, Sergeant Dragovic. What are our orders?
Yeah, we've been given ideas, but
Well, you've been put ashore.
Yeah.
What you've got in front of you is this. There's a building, there's a dock. There's some boats on the shore, like rowboats and things that are pulled up on the shore. There is a building that looks a little bit like a small warehouse. Maybe it's as big as this room. Maybe 40 feet long by maybe 30 feet wide, tops. This island is covered with scrub trees that do not look like the kind of trees you could build anything out of on this island, right? Oh. So the dock, the building and stuff is all made from wood that was, milled wood that was brought over from the mainland. The trees here are short, scrubby, sort of, hard-bitten, designed to survive in a salty environment, what with, it being an island in the middle of the Aegean. The trees are not very tall. The island is kind of saddle-shaped, right? So there's a high end at the front, at the south end and the north end, and has kind of a slope in the middle. And it's covered with, like I said, trees that are maybe at best 12 feet tall, something like that. Maybe 15 tops. No pines, no cedars, but sort of scrubby things that you'd expect to be able to be low to the ground, able to handle the wind and the salt that comes off the Aegean Ocean.
So first things first, we need to establish kind of like a base camp for when we do find people, where we want them to rally to.
Okay.
Is there like a village or anything?
They're individual farms.
Oh, there's literally, no centralized.
So there should be more of
We
a
also
camp.
want to scout out a possible location for quarantine.
Okay. Now, on the dock area, you start looking around, and the dock is in fine shape. But one of the things that immediately becomes available, or obvious, I should say, see, I am drunk. Me am drunk.
There we go.
Is that the rowboats that are up on the shore, they've been pulled up and are, sort of keel up, turned over on the beach, have had their bottoms smashed out. Those rowboats are damaged. There are holes in them that have been knocked through from the keel where there's bits of broken wood on the sand below them. Now that building looks like a warehouse is exactly that. It is a warehouse. Now, there's also things that are set up on the shore that are like these racks for drying nets, all over and those are pretty. There are nets up all over there that are perfectly dry, not rotted or anything like that or damaged. The warehouse is actually filled with supplies. There's things like panes of glass. There's milled boards. There's casks of nails. There's tools. There's bags of flour, things like that. It looks like a warehouse for sort of group supplies on the island. When somebody needs tools, somebody needs materials to repair their farmhouse or whatever. A lot of that seems to be right here.
How long does it look like it's been sitting?
The warehouse, and there's other things like there's casks of oil for like lamps and things like that. Nothing looks like it has been abandoned for months.
Okay. And the oil doesn't smell rancid. It smells pretty fresh. Okay.
So it's inactive.
There's not bugs running through the bags of flour, things like that.
Okay, no evils or anything.
Well, you're a carpenter. Can you tell if they're like those rowboats? Were they?
Make a woodworking.
I was going to ask that.
Yeah.
The
question is,
fixing the rowboat.
are those damaged rowboats from natural use, or did somebody not want anyone to leave
hit
this
a
island?
rock or something? If I can make an actual roll, 32 out of 55. Made it.
I believe in you, Aaron.
You see the blows of a hatchet.
So deliberately.
Yeah. And these boats are, they are, of course, have been tarred and sealed so that they're waterproof. But you can tell the difference between the wood that these boats have not been sitting here damaged for a very long time. There's some weathering inside the damaged areas, right? With the broken ends of the boards. But you're thinking that they've probably been damaged for just a couple of weeks.
So is it a possibility that the captain, when they were bringing the typhus-infected soldiers, may have just put them over on these boats and prevented them from getting off the island?
The soldiers, based on your experience of ending up on Corfu, these guys would have ended up here at the longest the first 2 weeks of January 1916. Right?
We're in April 1 or 2 now.
It's like
April 2nd. So.
April 2nd. Yeah. So yeah.
Actually, you're in 3.
We had the days. So you're right.
So these guys have been here in the first couple of weeks of January. Likely, because that's when you ended up on Corfu yourselves. These boards have been damaged in the last month, not the last 3 months.
So there's no way that would be it. So
they have been recently sabotaged.
The other question I have from
there's no hatchet around,
and there's nothing in the warehouse of tool-wise that would be able to do that.
Well, there are tools that would be able to do it.
But no, specifically hatchet.
But you're not seeing. Absolutely, there are hatchets. But I will probably point out there's like a place you could hang a hatchet on the wall that's empty.
Missing. Okay. Is it a possibility that I could act like if needed be, we could repair these rowboats to use?
You could try with your woodworking. You can use some of those boards.
Okay.
And try and repair the whole.
Well, the farmers and Dracovic know we're here, so if anything goes wrong, they will eventually.
But that at least provides us another avenue where, in case we should have to get off the island to maybe wait for the boats where somebody can't swim out to get us, it's at least another option.
How long would it take them to fix?
Plus, these guys are going to be back tomorrow to pick you up at this.
Yeah. So if they don't pick us up, they will go back to the town and tell Dracovic.
God, I hope so.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
That's a weakness.
There was no specific orders to given if you didn't turn up. Chances are they'll probably just come back every morning.
Yeah.
Until you turn up.
Fair enough.
But still,
at some point they go, "Yeah, it's been a week."
A plan, and
I
get antsy when I don't work my hands enough. So
all right.
So did the fishermen...
Questions about the efficacy of Greek fishermen aside, we should investigate the island more?
Yeah.
So did the fishermen say if they had any actual, correspondence with any Serbians on the island?
Well, if you ask that question before you arrive, and I'm willing to let you back up, their answer is nope. Haven't heard about any foreigners on the island. And again, it's all going to be through his character. He's got the 20%.
Do we have an idea of how many farmsteads are on the island and where they are?
Yes. There's a couple dozen farmsteads.
A couple dozen, okay.
Yeah.
I'm probably fairly spread out from each other. So
hold on, let me just actually check that.
Well, if it's 1 by 3 miles, they're not that far from each other. They're probably within sight.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's actually 10 farms on the island.
Okay. So we just go to the one that's closest to the island and then work our way around them.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sergeant. I assume that's a good plan.
Oh, yeah.
But I think...
Okay. So we just march to the closest farm.
Okay.
Just make a little loop.
yeah,
Basically, yeah.
find our way.
Basics.
Okay.
Set up a standard search pattern grid and just go through the island piece by piece.
Yep.
Great.
The you come to you guys trudge.
Just grab the
up
giant comb and start combing the island.
We
you,
found shit.
How very Spaceballs.
So did we fix the boat?
No.
How many hours would it take him to fix a boat?
Give me a roll.
I'll say because we got the tools.
He's gonna fix the boat. Apparently.
61. I failed that.
You're absolutely sure you can get these fixed in about 4 hours.
Maybe 5 tops.
So, do we leave them alone, or...?
Well, we don't really need them right now, so we might as well just do that.
Yeah, let's figure out how many boats we need to fix.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We only need the one to get some people off. Yeah, I'd be like, oh God, help us.
Yeah. Escape pod.
It'll be fine.
I have this build pump.
What could go wrong?
I have this build pump if we really need it.
So,
Another Serbian man with a bucket.
Exactly.
Bilga Pumples. Sorry.
wow. So, you guys trudge up the little footpath between these little short scrubs on this island. And, again, it's pretty obvious that this place is very distinctly horticultured. There's low stone walls that sort of divide off, the various properties and such. They're easy enough to step over. They're not designed to keep cows out or anything. There's no big animals on the island. It's all about grapes and it's all about olives. Anyways, you guys come to the first thing you come to is the first habitation you come to is a low stone building. All right, it's constructed from both locally quarried, not locally quarried, but stones found on the island combined with some wooden roof. But the outer walls are like these little pieces of stone that have been masonry together. All right, kind of. Catch as catch can as far as the way it's masoned together. It's not a brick building. It's just like these randomly collected stones.
Is it sunk into the ground?
Well, it's not particularly tall.
Okay.
And what you'll probably see is that there is steps down.
Okay.
And there's a door, but there's steps down to get to it because it's either to create a shorter wall.
Yeah, it's probably a foundation. And stuff.
You find
We don't see any people outside?
You don't see any people outside working the vineyard. You see grapes or flowering grapevines.
Do you want to call out in Greek to say if anybody comes around? Or?
Yeah, I can ask around in Greek, like, you know, hey, we're here looking for any...
Donde está el Forinos?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, you get to the building. I will point out that the shutters on the outside of the building are drawn. They're the kind of things that would keep a bad storm or from damaging the glass, the panes. Those are closed and shut.
Okay.
The door's shut. There's nobody outside. This is the kind of building that's going to have like a rain barrel hooked up to the roof so that there's whatever storms immediately provide fresh water. You knock on the door. Nothing happens.
Okay. Does it look like do the grapes look overgrown, like they should have been picked by now?
No, the grapes are in the flowering stages here in May, April, whatever we are. They're going to be turning into grapes over June, July, August.
Okay.
But and then harvested in September and October.
So we're probably in like mid-April.
We are.
Early.
April 1st was the boat that we're...
Yeah.
It's April 3rd. We have established this.
Yeah. So
Canonically.
take you that.
Yes.
So the building is well maintained. It's quiet. There's no animals that you can see. That's probably not true. There's probably something like a
goat or
a chicken hutch for birds, and they're sort of pecking around in the ground. But when you guys come up and knock on the door and speak in your heavily Serbian accented Greek, there is no response from inside the building.
So this is a house that people live in because the doors are single person wide. It's not barn doors.
Exactly.
Okay.
So you're not knocking on a tool shed.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I mean, it's the size.
It's probably got you see a chimney.
Yeah.
You see.
Chimney would be pretty good.
Yeah, you see a chimney. That there's probably a place to cook your food in there. There's probably maybe
Is it
two rooms. Like a bedroom and a main room for eating food, and that's about it.
No smoke from the chimney.
No smoke from the chimney.
Sergeant, I'll go around to see if anybody's in back.
Sounds great, Private.
So how much kerosene did we bring with us? Or
you go around the building. All the shutters are closed on every side of the house.
Tank?
I don't see anyone behind it. No one in the field behind me. No signs of activity whatsoever.
No.
Is the door locked?
And we're not smelling any kind of like...
You rattle the door, and it appears to be barred from the other side. It doesn't have a lock like a key, but it appears to be barred from the other side.
Is there a window?
There are windows, but they're covered by wooden shutters.
Has there been any...
Wooden shutters that have to be secured from the outside. They're not closed from the inside.
So we can actually unlatch them and open up the window.
Oh, yeah.
Has there been any heavy storms recently?
No. Well, make a no roll.
Someone who is not the leadership of this team, do that.
31 out of 55.
You, in the time that you were on Paxos, which was about a day and a half, maybe 36 hours, you did not encounter any storms on Paxos. And this island is only maybe...
If there was a storm on one island...
you'd have both eaten. Yeah, you'd have both taken the hit.
Guess we'll go ahead and just unlatch one of those to see if there's any light coming through that we can't see, or...
We can undo the windows.
Yes.
All right. You start undoing the windows from the outside. Inside, curtains. Just cheap, like burlap sack kind of, used to be a bag of flour curtains, but there's curtains nonetheless.
Would there be any way I can caught
Make a spot hidden roll.
spot hidden? Okay.
Do we all do this, or whoever's...
Or possibly listen. I mean, it's
I
just
succeed on the spot.
Spot hidden.
What? 19 out of 70?
on which skill?
Spot hidden.
All right.
39 out of 65 on spot hidden.
All right.
23 out of
You are,
spot hidden.
for those of you who succeeded, a bunch of you did. You didn't quite crit it, but you were very close.
Yeah.
Nobody critted the roll?
No.
All right. You are absolutely sure that you're seeing some movement inside the house, but it's not back and forth between rooms. There's like they're in a single spot. They're not jumping around. They're being really quiet. They are rocking, maybe.
Person or animal?
Yes.
Definitely a person.
4K no less dose at this point.
Just one person?
As far as everyone can tell with their spot hiddens, yeah, there appears to be one person.
This is the main room, though.
Yeah, the main room.
Okay. Sergeant, I'll go in.
Do it.
All right. I climb in through the window.
You just smash the window out?
Oh, yeah, there's actually glass.
Yeah.
May want to knock.
I'll knock on the window to see if that gets a reaction.
None.
Yeah, I'll smash it open.
All right. Rifle butt, smash,
Yeah.
smash.
Fuck your window.
There is the immediate sound of a baby crying, or crying, and a woman wailing.
Okay. Is that the person in the corner?
Yeah.
Okay. Translator.
Oh shit!
Don't roll. You can. How complex a message do you want to send her?
Oh wait, I'm gonna go in the back room, in the bedroom, and look around and see if there's anyone else.
All right, you're gonna climb through the window.
Yeah.
All right, you can smash out the window and climb through the window.
Yeah, I do that.
The woman wails.
Yeah.
Holds her. She's got like a toddler that she's been holding the toddler's mouth shut, and she's been crouching on the floor of the main room below the level of the windows.
I'll just say, calm down. Searching for Serbian.
All right, you try and tell her to calm down,
Yeah.
and it's not you, or whatever.
Does it smell like
Sorry about your window.
like
We'll fix
anything
it.
like that? Like she's been sitting there for a very long time.
How strong is
Inside
this
the
smell?
room, you smell the smell of. There has been a cook fire going. You do smell cooked bread, probably some sort of unleavened bread. Flour, water slapped on a stone. Sort of that kind of bread, like some sort of primitive pancake. It's amazing. Everybody's got pancakes. It's like one of the first breads everybody does. Who wants pancakes, right? And hands have went up.
I mean, that's our players. Our players and our characters are united in a love of pancakes.
Yeah, that seems fair. You ever come back to Seattle? I gotta show you the North Star Cafe.
Ooh.
It is a
Next year,
It is a former Chinese restaurant. That's now a 24-hour sort of diner style place.
Yeah.
It still has all the old Chinese restaurant decor up, but it also has all this like astronaut decor, like pictures of all these. It's a whole wall.
Stop taking the
It's kind of an amazing cookie spoon.
And they have the best damn pancakes I've ever had in my life. I thought they were bullshitting.
Yeah.
But holy crap, the flapjacks at this
Holy
place are
shit.
amazing.
Yeah, no, I'm sold.
All right, fair enough.
Next year.
So, she wails, she screams, she's unhappy that you've come into her window. Now, the front door is barred. You see that door, there is a piece of wood between it. It's barred shut.
Yeah.
You open it?
Sure.
Everyone else can come crashing into her apartment.
Serbian delivery.
I'm going immediately. I am going to think that I go to the bedroom.
There's no door.
Yeah.
It is just a matter of a door frame.
Okay.
And you go in, and there's nothing in there. There's probably
Secure.
There's probably things like some religious iconography, crosses, things like that. They're
all
Greeks,
standard,
They're
though.
Greek Orthodox. Yeah, you'd recognize.
There's
it.
no weird upside down crosses.
No. There's
No
symbols of crawling chaos.
no.
I
Nobody
wouldn't know what that is.
Hello,
Nice little
Elder
fold
Sign.
No
out
vagina dentata. Okay, there's no vagina dentata. Calm the fuck down.
I wasn't specifically.
Yes, you were. Yes, you were.
And we
Don't lie, Peyton.
A little yellow.
What a wonderful phrase.
To be fair.
But no, it's everything you would expect from a Greek peasant.
Breathe down.
Did we hurt you with that one?
Was that whiskey
or
at the nose?
Was it the whiskey or was it the whiskey or the vagina dentata?
You said that, and then Noah said that, and then the whiskey went into the sinus cavity.
There we go.
Well, now now these sinuses are clean. If I may quote the midget from Poltergeist.
All right.
You will never be tormented by demonic sinuses again.
If only.
If only. She's not happy about your presence. All you guys are standing around. She's on the floor, whimpering, holding a 3-year-old boy.
Talk to her, translate her man.
God, that's a bad idea. All right.
All right, give me some rolls here.
Yeah.
What do you want to ask her?
Euro, what was your character's name?
Evo.
Evo. I didn't know how to write that well.
Evo. Yes.
Don't talk to her. Find out where
I'm just
it
gonna
is.
ask her, like, calm down. Where did the boy come from? Like, who's the father?
From her, probably.
Kind of.
Well, all right. Give me a roll.
Out of 20, so this is gonna be not
Awesome.
great. Yeah, that's an 89.
All right. It's not a fumble.
From my vagina.
You're able to get something like son, child.
Right.
It's her son.
Pretty much what I already knew.
Thank God the food's here because, oh my God, we
Yes.
need something to beat back the booze.
I'm regretting
Hard
some of my
disagree,
decisions.
It's just going to be an excuse to drink.
Did you order a drink from the bar?
Maybe.
You got a cocktail. Ross Payton is now drinking a
There's like
cocktail.
a stick of cinnamon in it.
I actually asked for a sour beer, but this is fine.
That's what they said it was.
This is
A
not
sour beer with a
That is
It looks like a whiskey
Well,
sour.
it may not be a sour beer, but it is now. Oh, excellent.
It's good, whatever it is.
You approve wholeheartedly.
Oh man, I'm already regretting what I ordered because I think it's just eggs and bacon.
Apparently, I ordered
this
tater tots covered in
facilities
pork.
to
pulled pork.
work a fork
Look,
right now.
I know where you're staying, Noah. I will guide you back.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's gonna work great.
Hey.
You're in this hotel. You should be fine.
Yeah, we're fine.
Yeah, as long as you don't leave the building, you're fine.
Yeah.
Not a guarantee. You could end up leaving the building.
Is it possible to tell? Well, okay, so there's the smell of bread in the air.
Deviled eggs and
Did you not read the description?
Are there? Oh wait, are there? I'm going to search the bedroom for any signs of a Serbian soldier, like any mementos, bits of a uniform, medals, anything to indicate if it's Serbian.
The answer is no.
Okay.
How many rooms is this house?
2.
We checked
Bedroom and main room.
Also, with the boy, because she's sitting there, how do they look? Do they look like they've been sitting here a long while, or has it just been very recent? So that they took everything off.
These are the tacos.
Well, what are they hiding from? Because there was no.
I don't know what to do. I'm halfway through the quesadilla, the first one.
You
Trade
gave
me?
him food.
I don't know what to tell you. That's the tacos?
Sure. I don't
All right, well, I'm going to finish this one.
Yep.
No.
Well, the question is,
Sergeant, I think this is, clearly, we don't have to worry about, there were no house guests here. The question is why her husband isn't here.
Why her husband isn't here? What
You want to try and determine that?
Yeah.
so what is
All
she?
right, go ahead and give me a roll.
And why were the?
up to 58 out of 20.
All right.
I'm really not good at
He's
you
dead.
guys.
The information you got that seems right to you is she's saying her husband is dead.
Okay. I'll tell that to the rest of the group.
Well, why were the shutters drawn whenever there's?
Well, whatever.
Because she's scared of armed men coming to her house?
Man, you guys really gotta tell me all this.
So, is it safe to say we've been making all the noise?
Yeah.
So, I'm standing out front and watching around us to make sure we don't get snuck up on.
Bullshit, you're being a soldier.
Weird, huh? In character. Fuck.
Wow.
Great job.
Look, the officers are drunk off their asses right now, so, like, they give us a lot
Drunk
of
on a sense of duty.
It's the Uzo.
Uzo is a hell of a thing.
It's the Uzo.
It really is.
Whenever it dies, I guess I'm waiting
Fun
for something to
fact,
show.
though, I learned this when I first had it. If you drink Uzo with Sprite, it tastes like Good and Plenty.
Oh, God.
It did.
But I guess you fucked up.
Oh, it did. It did.
Plenty.
Man, I don't even know if
You went there, but I had a mouthful of burger.
I don't know what this is. It's sweet and it's alcoholic and it's not a fucking sour beer. I don't know what the fuck this is.
bacon's kind
But you're drinking it anyways.
I am drinking. It was put in front of me and I'm drinking.
Sweet and alcoholic, that could be a description of Ross himself.
Wait,
Everyone
what? I'm not that.
That's gonna come later tonight.
We'll call you a horrible monster later to balance it out, okay?
All right.
He really is.
Who the fuck would order deviled eggs and bacon? What the fuck is up with this restaurant?
Apparently,
Drunk ordered, my friend.
I ordered. I don't know what the fuck is up with this order.
Noah,
Please don't get sick.
this is a quesadilla, but it's with meatballs and cheese. And I don't know why meatballs are in a quesadilla.
Because it's not.
Because it's awesome.
It really is kind of delicious.
Yeah.
To be honest.
I ordered a burger and fries, and I was not disappointed. There's only so many ways you can fuck up a burger and fries, right?
Yeah, if you don't go to store the cheeseburger, everybody's got a cheeseburger.
Probably shouldn't hand this to
Mind you,
me.
you're live internet hero.
Probably should just put it on the table. Okay.
Do you want to take a break, or do you want to...
No, what do you want to ask this woman?
Wait, who wanted me to ask?
Her husband is dead.
Her husband is dead.
The kid is hers.
Yes.
Are there any Serbians on the island?
Okay, I'll ask that.
How did her husband die?
Give me a roll.
I'll ask how many Serbians are on the island, and then I'll ask how did her husband die? That is a 98. You really got it.
98?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Your mother.
We are here to kill you.
She says,
God damn it, Aaron, why did you give me this?
she says, there are no Serbians on the island.
Red Arcanine?
Or she tries it, no Serbians, no Serbians.
Okay. How did your husband die?
Right?
That's a 43 out of 20. I don't know if you guys know, I'm really bad
It has
at
something
Greek.
to do with the boat.
Okay. So he died on like a fishing trip or something?
Yeah, it's something to do with one of the boats.
Or maybe he tried to keep the boats
Oh.
from being destroyed and someone killed him for it.
Or he tried to
That's a
leave
distinct possibility.
Maybe he smashed the boats.
I think maybe he was the one trying
Or maybe, yeah, he smashed a boat so someone killed him because he
So-
I
smashed a
can only
boat.
get so much with my very little Greek.
Wait, how good is your Greek?
20.
Oh, no.
Can you ask?
I can count to 20 in Greek. That's pretty much about how good I can do.
So that's the rule. Every percentage gives you, let's count to 1.
Donde es Albania?
Yeah.
Do you want to try to ask her if she knows anything about those boats? Tell her we found them broken.
Why are the boats broken?
Fuck, man, I'll do it.
Fucking try.
So that's 37 out of 20. Why are the boats broken?
She talks and she says something. It sounds like she's trying to say
Salt.
something broke the boat. Something broke the boat, but she's a
Something
Greek,
attacked the boat?
but you're unable to determine
Yeah.
the meaning of the Greek word that she uses to describe what broke the boats.
That's not Shoggoth, is it?
Rikolakas.
Rikolakis?
Vikolakas.
Gary
Nicola
Busey.
Drop broke the boats?
I know what it is out of character, but I don't know in character.
Rikolakas.
I'm gonna say something in Serbian and see if she kind of looks at it like she understands what I'm saying.
No.
So, what killed her husband, and what was the other question?
I think, what broke the boats?
What broke the boats?
Yeah.
I
I think-
kind of falls into the same category. But
Sergeant, do you have any other questions?
Why was she hiding to begin with?
what does she need? What does she need? That's
Yeah.
a good one. That's actually a good one.
We do have rations that we can give her, so
Do you need
Or we could
anything?
not give them to her. Have you thought about that?
we can get more information out of her for providing.
She hasn't given us any information.
Actually, the boats.
Rob's getting better.
God.
Yes, no.
Really, I shouldn't be trying to translate because I get like an 86 every time.
Do you want other dice?
Sure, Sure, yeah. Character sheet. The only character sheet with Greek on it. I didn't know. I was
The answer is no.
We're just visitors in Glancy's cruel universe. That's a...
It's all Greek
All right.
anyhow.
Oh,
all
Jay.
Greek to me.
Maybe you should talk to a toddler to say the same Greek level.
She sort of seems to be saying that she doesn't need anything except something, but you're not sure what it is.
Pure blood.
Well, I guess.
Would we get a bonus if we produced a thing and pointed at it?
Are there any other husbands dead on the island?
Well,
Are there any other missing spouses?
there's 9 other farms. Let's go to the next
Yeah,
farm.
well, we can ask her how if she's talking.
Like, do husbands go missing often
Talk to
here?
her
Because
neighbors.
they're fairly close to each other.
Go ahead.
That's a 54.
Not my life dice.
You get yes. People are missing.
Not my life dice.
People go missing all the time.
No, just people are missing.
People go missing. Okay.
All right, let's go to the next farm.
Nothing went
Can we
wrong.
see the next farm from where we're at?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. How far away is it? Like half a mile?
It's a trudge.
Okay.
You're I don't know, 20,
Quarter mile.
20 minutes away.
Okay. That's not too bad.
Donovan Dragovich, would you like me to stand guard in the next investigation?
So wait, there's forest near the dock area, but like, is the rest basically cultivated land?
Yeah, the rest of it, after you get away
vineyard.
very close to the cliffs, there's some sort of wild, shrubbery and
But everything else is vineyard.
Sorry, I said shrubbery and immediately think of Michael Palin saying, we like to sing me. But I'm not going to do that because that would be a cheap laugh.
But I will.
But the sort of scrubby trees disappeared very quickly and are replaced by, terraced vineyards.
Okay. There's vineyards as far as the eye can see.
See.
All right. So we just go to the next farm. Okay. While we march, we just look to see if there's anything weird.
So march in formation.
There's no Serbians here. Okay, if there's some Serbian soldier who's somehow knows that we come to the island and is hiding in some spider hole somewhere, let him. He earned his fucking,
discharge?
Well,
yeah, discharge.
Before we leave, though, since we did break her window for information, is there any scrap or something I can at least board it up with before she goes?
You can take the window panes, the shutters, from the outside, and you can reclose them.
Rebind them, okay.
And you can leave the door. I mean, the door was open from the inside; it wasn't smashed.
Okay.
So.
But giving her the option to bar it
smash
back
the
in.
window. I didn't smash the door.
Yeah, the shutters are.
No, you just open the shutters and smash the glass.
Yeah.
You can reclose the window.
Okay, at least giving her some.
There's a replacement window in that warehouse by the docks.
I'm sure she'll be fine.
Yeah.
We're kind of assholes,
Somebody has to run through
right?
that.
Yeah, we broke in and demanded answers.
Well,
so.
look.
We are
The origin of her living and dying is not that one
is
pane
our
of glass.
prerogative and our right.
If something is trying to kill her, that one pane of glass is not going to stop it.
That's comfort glass, Ross. Are you going to take her and her son's comfort glass away?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so let's build a kiln and make her a new window.
It's going to be easy.
It's not Minecraft. We don't punch a tree to get a thing, to get a thing, to get to blah, 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 and make glass.
That's what World War I was all about.
There's panes of glass in the warehouse. I don't feel like going back and getting them.
Let's just
go to the
keep
next
moving.
one.
All right.
So you're dragging around your drunken Lance Corporal and Sergeant who are just drunk off their asses on Uzo to these fucking islands.
Yeah.
Yeah, because someone totally replaced the water in our canteen with Uzo. Was not our
Man.
Well, you can't trust the water, so.
fault. Yeah.
That is true.
Don't breathe the air.
Yeah, at least you won't get typhus.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right.
So you're just keeping an eye.
You go along. You come to the next farm. The next farm has an open door, has open shutters.
Open door and open shutters?
Yes.
Anything else unusual, like bloodstains or anything? What time of day is it?
You get until 10 o'clock in the morning.
I'll point the privates in to go sweep and clear as far as we can.
This is a sweep?
Yeah.
Take your
Why
big
don't you
ass
look in the
rifle.
house?
I was about to say, okay, so yeah,
Why don't you go in that house? Sorry. I have your name right now. Redif? Undrich?
Redif is my rank.
Okay. So what's your name?
Andrich.
You're all
Andrich.
privates.
Yeah, we're all Redif.
Andrich, why don't you go in the house and I'll look around the other side of the house?
On the other side of the island.
Okay, I mean, I was standing guard while you were doing that last time. You seemed to do a good job. I mean,
He likes that job.
I'll back you up.
Potato.
I'll sweep the perimeter.
Lock and load, head in.
Ohio, Nanji desu ka?
You search the
Wrong island.
No.
You search the grounds. You see some chickens on the island that seem scrawny.
Do they lack the basic intelligence to survive?
Well, they're
No
chickens,
one's feeding them.
but they are scrawnier than the chickens you saw at the other place.
Are they caged or are they free?
They're free range. They're running around.
So that means there's nothing on
They're
that.
not looking great. The windows are open. The window shutters are open on this house. The door stands open. Once you make a actual survey of the interior of the house, you come away with the impression that there has been a fight in the house.
Report it.
The door is unbarred. The windows are open. All right, everybody give me a spot hidden. Tell me if you impale it. Now,
That's
Mr.
one thing under your
Now, Mr. Woodworking, I want you to make a different roll.
Okay, just woodworking roll. Gotcha.
What's he take to impale again? From a 70?
1/20th. Sorry, 1/5.
1/5.
20%.
Okay.
So I got a 15 out of 70.
15 out of 70 is 14 out of 70 would have been the answer.
Okay, and I have a 28 out of 55.
Okay.
There.
Everyone?
Impale.
You impale?
No, didn't.
No impales, but
All right, dude. Aaron, here's the information you get out of this.
okay.
Remember that funny joke I said about nailing crookedly applied pieces of wood over windows and stuff?
Yeah.
Somebody did this here. That is to say, there are holes in the window frames where nails were applied. There is wood that used to be in the window frames that was covering the window frames that's sort of piled up at the bottom of the window frames. And there are nails sort of strewn around the room that have been pulled out from the inside, right? Because these nails were applied. This hammering of boards over the windows was from the inside.
So it was a barrier that somebody ripped off once they got into the house.
Maybe, but the big thing to remember here is somebody applied those boards over the windows. After they closed the shutters on the outside, the boards are piled up at the bottom of the windows, just clunk. The nails are strewn around the room all over the place, and they're, you can see the holes where the nails had gone through the wood and gone into the window frame. The same is true for things like the. You think that based on that information, you think that there looks like there was stuff piled against the door. Not only was the door has a bar. That's the only lock from the inside is a bar. But it looks like things in the room might have been piled against the door. But now there's nothing piled against the door. The door's open, and there's like chairs, chests, bags of grain or whatever, bags of wheat, unground wheat, that have been thrown against the wall that's opposite from the door that is open.
And from when it was opposite, does it look like it was thrown there or it was placed there?
See, thrown.
That's something that just burst in.
Is the bar broken?
Yeah.
No, it's just laying on the floor.
So it appears.
Are the hinges that hold the bar up broken?
Nope.
So how did the door get open if the bar is intact?
That's a darn good question.
And the nails that look like they were pulled out from the inside. And
So it looks like something was frantically trying to escape.
So maybe it was piled up there, and then until someone was like, "Oh shit, I need to get out right now."
How does that look?
Okay.
you realize this
The damaged
death trap.
boards, do they look like something from the outside was trying to bash? Did bash through
There's
them?
no signs of damage on the outside of the house. That is to say, claw marks, axe marks, anything like that.
Okay, so what's the skill for tracking?
Tracking.
Like if you're wanting to follow track.
There's literally a tracking skill.
Yeah, track, and I have that.
Everyone?
So, yeah,
Yeah.
that. Do you what's your skill on that?
Mine's a 47.
I have 65 on mine.
All right.
So
Go ahead and make
see
me
if you
roll.
can identify any tracks leading away from you.
Absolutely.
That's a raccoon.
Aaron's the most goddamn useful character.
Ought 9.
Watch yourself.
Odd nine.
Ought 9.
Out of
65.
that's definitely an impale.
Aaron, you are the redeeming character out of this drunken mess.
What?
I work for a living.
Professional soldiers.
All right. You see bare footprints on the ground. You see what looks like to be the drag marks of ankles coming out of the house. But at some point, the footprints become the footprints. That is to say, the strides of the footprints get longer and longer, and the ankle drags. Drag, and then they disappear, and then they reappear, and they disappear, and they reappear, and then finally the ankle prints
Good job,
and
Mike.
the footprints disappear completely.
I didn't know about the amazing the indigenous bipedal bear.
How far away from the house did they disappear?
Maybe 30 or 40 feet.
Wait, I'm going to search the house to see if there's any sign of a Serbian soldier stay here.
No no Greek or no Serbian military uniforms, no Serbian weapons, no Serbian web gear, boots, ammunition pouches, none of that.
Along the trail that's there, was there?
Now, hold on just a second. Let me just see how big a house this was.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Isn't this the same kind of farmhouse as the first one?
It is, but it might be a slightly larger because there might be a slightly different
Because I found
sized
chickens that were
family.
basically.
Oh, okay, yeah, more family members.
So it's been a while.
But what bear is going to be indigenous on a 1 mile island?
It's not a
Not
bear.
that kind of bear.
It's bare.
There are.
Barefoot.
This is actually. You can see where this house is expanded.
Okay.
It apparently started out as a 2-room house,
Like the first one.
but now it is a 3-room house.
2 bedrooms?
2 bedrooms,
Apparently we're
and
getting
a
a jungle
kitchen.
Gia here.
Okay, so how
With a
many,
kitchen main room.
how many people would be in the house normally?
But based on the beds you see,
Yeah.
a marital bed, 2 smaller beds.
Okay.
Oh, family.
Now the clothes you're seeing that's left behind suggests no boys, man and woman, 2 relatively adult daughters based on what counts as an adult in 1915, 1916.
Yeah, so at least teenager.
And there's only one.
Okay, and no Serbian soldier, I guess, as far as you can see.
Nope.
Okay. What direction are the track marks at?
West.
West. Is that away from the first farmhouse?
Well, you started off on the west side of the island,
So towards the ocean?
so technically it's towards the ocean.
The beach. The fuck?
My question remains.
Please read as much into that as you care to read. So, do we have any other beers that are here at the table? Since that one?
If you want to take a drink of this, Mike, if you want to make another beer run, I'm out of that. I finished that off. If you want to have a drink of this, not a beer.
Absolutely not. I will have
pretty
some of the
good,
Lafroig, please.
I don't know what this is, but I'm drinking.
Oh, boy.
Do you want some water too?
This is the story of how Ross got roofied through gender.
You're welcome.
I can only give him so much beer, Dan.
So, hoping against hope,
Well, Micah, if you want to make another beer.
I would like to ask.
A run for anything other than pure whiskey.
Because we're
probably be
making
appreciated.
decisions here is what we're doing.
At this point, my eyes are watering nonstop.
Would you like some water?
Have a good head run.
Half.
There's some water outside.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab something.
I would like to ask, like, the locals about any sort of, like, stories or legends about people going into the ocean.
Which locals? There's nobody in this house. This house is
You
completely empty.
either have to go back to that mother in the
Let's
first
go
one.
terrorize her again.
You can go to the next house.
There's
Let's
10
go to the
total.
next
We've
house.
only gotten to 2.
There'll be definitely nothing.
Let's do the next house then.
All right.
House
All right.
number 3.
Can we tell how fresh the tracks are from where the? And it seems like
I mean,
the
they
one
must be
that you
pretty
get to-
fresh.
The fact that you see them means that it's maybe days ago.
So days ago.
Yeah,
looks like one
Aaron
person.
rolled low enough that he's looking at tracks.
Something. Okay, so the boat got fucked up 2 weeks ago, less than a month ago. That mother, something happened to her husband, less than a month ago. These people, something happened a couple of days ago.
So I got,
So something, the shit kicked down less than a month ago.
please, dear God, I got an even 20 on my Greek roll.
All right. Congratulations. You were able to talk to a Greek person who's not here.
No, he went back to the
Oh, I'm sorry. You want to go back to the Greeks?
He was
and then-
terrorizing
Like,
the...
whoever the next house
All right.
is.
All right. Well, all right. Let me back up a little bit. You're going to move on to the next house you see.
Yeah.
Because you're moving, and you're moving basically south along the island. You
Okay.
arrived on the west side of the island.
Yeah.
East is back to Paxos.
Okay.
And you've been sort of going south along the island. You come to this farm where, holy shit, you see somebody outside.
Shoulder the rifle.
What kind of person?
It makes me.
It is a woman in a skirt. She is wearing sort of a handkerchief around her head. It's black. She's wearing black. She's out there. It looks like she's got a bucket that she's holding. She's like throwing this corn around or whatever she's
Feeding chickens?
Chickens.
How does she look? Young, old?
Ancient. Possibly she knew Thucydides.
Damn it!
Maybe Plato.
This is the right person.
Can he save his finally one good roll?
Oh, yeah.
What are you asking this old woman?
I'm asking her about people going into the ocean.
She's like, well, you guys come up, and as she sees you guys coming, right, she puts down her bucket of corn. She goes into her house. You see her come out with a rifle.
God damn.
And when you get close enough, you realize that not only does she have this rifle, but she has a bandolier of ammunition across her chest.
Oh, fuck.
And there's bullets in it. And
God damn
there's a
it.
pistol on her hip.
You might want
Do I have a handkerchief?
Now.
Let me go before the combat.
Now, are you running off to hit the restroom?
Yes.
All right, go hit the restroom. Hit the pause.
All right.
Ready?
Hey, we're back. We had to change venues to my room at the Noah's room
We got
at the
kicked
JW
out.
Marriott. So
Oddly enough, a Greek man came from the hotel and told us to get out of the room, which is I find that
Continuity.
So we're at the third house, right? And the old woman is pointing a rifle.
she is not pointing a rifle.
Okay, she has a rifle.
She comes out, she goes back into the house,
Yeah.
she emerges with a rifle and a bandolier of bullets.
Is it
Not
our type?
a lot of rifles. I mean, not a lot of bullets. There's like,
Is it the type of rifle that a Serbian soldier would have had?
no, you do not recognize it as a modern military rifle.
Okay, so it's not like she killed or took it from a dead Serbian soldier.
No, it is certainly not one of the. I believe the Serbians are using a Mauser variant
Okay.
at the beginning of the war. No, it does not appear to be a Mauser.
Could someone correctly identify that through military science?
If you want to roll military science, sure.
All right,
What's your military science at?
20%, which is better than 0%.
Same here.
Most of you guys have 20 to 40%.
Hey, I actually made it. Look, I made it 12%.
Cool.
I also made it.
You are looking at a single-shot, breech-loading, black powder rifle from the 19th century.
Holy shit.
Something akin...
A Zulu kind of weapon.
Yeah, something akin to a, what were those called? Alan's up my tongue, but I'm drunk.
Go for it.
But yeah, Martini Henry. Something akin to a Martini Henry. But since this is Greece, the Greeks did not have a Martini Henry. They had something similar to the Gra rifle, which was a rifle out of, I think, Belgium. It would have turned up all over the colonial world. It's the kind of thing you give to the local African or Asian levies that you raise. It's a single shot black powder rifle.
Okay, so it's the kind of thing that it would be appropriate for her to have.
Yeah, you do not want to get shot with it. It's going to have the ballistic characteristics of a brick moving faster than the speed of sound.
Well, okay, when you put it that way, it doesn't.
I mean, it's that thing like you don't want to be shot with a mini ball from the Civil War.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Okay.
I take a look at my commander, I'm kind of my side to her, and slightly pull out the white handkerchief, like,
Well, someone just made a roll to communicate effectively in Greek.
That would
For
be
once. Oh, shit.
Don't shoot would be very nice.
I did make a 20 on that, didn't I?
Evo.
Yes.
All right.
Evo.
You communicate with her not to fire. All right.
Oh, shoot.
She waves you forward. She waves everyone forward.
Okay. We approach her.
All right. She's got chickens in her yard, and she's standing there with, again, this rifle, this bandolier of ammunition. She also has a belt, old, cracked leather belt with some sort of revolver stuck in it. She looks just south of Methuselah. All right,
Nice.
Probably between 60 and 500. Is what I'm thinking.
Next character.
She has been baked into a hard clay by the Aegean sun, and she's wearing black with some more black on it, in sort of that traditional Greek widow fashion, and has her hair up under her very snowy hair up under a handkerchief, and she tries to talk to you. Go ahead and make me a roll there.
Okay.
Nice down!
Excellent. Would you like some die?
Do you want to borrow one?
Yeah,
I get it.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll for you now?
Got it.
That's why we can't have nice things.
This is why we can't have nice things. Yes.
We've corrected ourselves.
33.
Oh,
20.
all right. She said, all right, at 33 out of 20, on your skill is 20, you're pretty sure she says something about, all right, you're not sure, but it's a combination of welcome and you shouldn't be here.
Welcome and go home.
Yeah.
Ask her about Serbians. Where are the other Serbians?
Go ahead.
Donde está Serbian?
Yeah. Well, we can use Spanish.
Holy shit, I get a 10 out of 20.
Nice. She says, all right, 10 out of 20 is half the skill. You're getting a little more information from this. She basically says, all the Serbians died, but now they're killing everyone.
Hold on, what? They died, but now they're killing everyone?
Yes.
Like, their diseases are killing someone, or they are actually killing people?
She says, she uses that word again. Vrikolakas. The Serbians are Vikulakas.
Vikulakas. Alright, let me try and get a handle on that. No.
Alright, what'd you roll?
83.
Alright. The best you can come up with is she's trying to say the ghosts of the Serbians are killing people.
Oh, maybe she means typhus.
So, like, their curse? Like, their...
Go ahead.
Fuck. That's a 66 out of 20. I feel like my skills should be going
curse. Yeah, you get sort of this curse. They're unholy. They're bad. They're bad.
They weren't
evil.
at rest.
Yeah, they're bad.
Maybe she's saying that
they're dead. They're dead, and they're killing people.
That their other villagers here caught typhus from them.
Go ahead
and try that. Go ahead and try that.
Don't they have typhus? That's a 56 out of 20. Like, 20 is not a great
She's like,
level, but that's good.
she bases is, no typhus, no typhus.
So they're
typhus. There's this thing. She kind of goes, no typhus, typhus, and then kill.
So they die from the typhus and then they come back.
Maybe she thinks they're dead, but they just went crazy from the typhus.
Or something
Would
worse.
there be a Serbian word
Where?
for
Just ask her
zombie?
where they are.
Yeah.
Yes, there would.
Oh, fuck. All right.
Because remember, Noah, sometimes they come back.
All right, let me see if I can try and dredge up the Serbian word for zombie.
Just ask her where they are. We'll just go and tell them to fucking
Serbian.
Well, the Serbian word for zombie at 80%.
All right.
Let's see if I know enough of my own language to do this.
I know it.
18. So yes.
Let me try to remember what the word would properly be in Serbian. I think the word in Serbian is. Hold on just a second. See if I can make this happen.
So when I get that word, whenever you find it, can I write it down and
If
show
you
it to her?
Google, tell you what, Google Serbian vampire.
God damn it.
Eros?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think I know.
I'm not
it.
metagaming, promise.
I believe it might be. No, I'm not. I'm not being able to stick it.
So I'm just gonna be honest right
The
now.
Romanian and the Serbian.
I'm gonna need
words
somebody
for
to
vampire.
drag me into the exhibit hall tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that's happening.
Yeah, don't worry.
You don't.
I need to spend money, but I need somebody there to be a crutch.
We got you. Are you running a game tomorrow?
Friday. I've got enough time between now and then to recover mostly. I've got to run Convergence Friday and
I want to say
Saturday.
it's vampire. I want to say it's.
Zombie is just zombie with an I instead of an IE.
I want to say that the closest thing you can probably come up with is vampire, which would be. I think there's a Serbian word for a term for the undead.
Undead.
We have Savanuk, which is one of the more favorite other folklores.
Yeah.
You're the most favorite.
You threw that at her and she's like, but
Great.
but
You make the motions like.
guess what? they don't usually have fangs.
Actually, that's right.
Fucking Bram Stoker added that shit.
No, there was the issue of they
Go ahead, give
have
me
more
another
animal
roll.
features, but
Am I going for Serbian or Greek?
Going for Greek.
14. Fuck yeah.
All right.
That
She
was a
starts talking
success.
Viro Lacas, and she starts describing Viro Lacas,
You like us.
and she's describing Wampir.
Yeah.
Huh.
Vampire.
Wampir.
So
She's describing
the soldiers are coming back as
they're
vampires.
dead. They're dead,
undead.
evil men. They've come back. They drain the blood and life from people. They don't rest in their graves.
So I'm going to relate that to the rest of my crew, especially.
Now, here's the thing. Every single one of you are Serbians. And every single one of you are, basically, this is folklore that you'd know.
Right.
I'm not going to suggest that you need to know a cult to know, as a Serbian, to know vampires. You've grown up with this in your culture.
Right.
All right.
Of vampires taking us away for not doing our chores.
Yeah. Now, in all honesty, what is a vampire? A vampire is any corpse that draws the attention of the locals during a time of crisis. So if the people are dying of local disease, and Fred got buried last week, and he doesn't look like he's rotted enough to make everyone feel comfortable with his death, he immediately gets picked out as a vampire.
That's the word for undead in Serbian.
Well, I can't read this.
Cyrillic.
Undead was an invention of Bram Stoker as well.
But
You're an invention of Bram Stoker.
Probably.
But
Can I have your autograph?
you've heard, you know, everyone knows vampire legends, and, not the least of which because Bram Stoker's Dracula is heavily drawn from the Serbian version of vampires. All right, hence
Yeah.
the vampire. You've all heard that legend. It's not something that you are necessarily, as kids from the mountains of the Balkans, willing to completely dismiss. Grandma and Grandpa told you those stories about the vampire, and they were absolutely certain as to their existence. Now, how one becomes a vampire and how you dispose of a vampire, that's another story. I mean, sure, there's you got to pin them to their graves, or you have to wrap them in a net, and there has to be knots, and blah, 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 blah. Throw down mustard seeds at a crossroads. You guys have heard all that stuff, but it's a mishmash, all right? Some of it's related to the
Do we
living.
actually believe them, though?
Well, you're not willing to complete it. As Serbian peasants, you're not unwilling to chuck the idea. When someone says a vampire, you don't go, you're stupid. You grew up in a culture that believes that bad people continue to be bad after the death, and they can they could conceivably haunt their own bodies, right? Like a ghost haunts a house, and continue to use that meat suit to trouble the living.
Asshole while he's alive, he's an asshole while he's dead.
Yeah.
Where are they? Ask her that.
Fuck, man.
With a 10, I'm going to go ahead. That's half your skill. She says that they were at the abandoned farmhouse over here.
Great.
But one of them came to me weeks ago and I didn't understand him because he didn't speak Greek.
Okay.
One came to the house, tried to talk to me, but then he left, and I never saw him again. But they come and knock. They come and knock every night.
Do you have to go to other houses?
Go ahead and make a roll, please.
71. No.
She doesn't. She says something about I don't know which other houses have been knocked on.
Okay.
One.
Well, I'll tell the rest of the crew to say, vampire, ask about the vampire.
Whatever the old Serbian version of the fuck.
Have you heard about these vampire zombie things?
Look, do we have to find a virginal white hole?
Does she know where they are?
On it and have it march back and forth 5 times?
I'll ask where they where they seem like they're
Sorry,
coming
didn't
from.
want to get you out of here.
Where are they right now?
Well, all right, that's very simple. You're asking where Vampire, or where Vidor Lakas. She says, she basically says, I don't know. She says, I don't know where they are now. She says, at night, they knock.
So what we can probably do is get the directions to the abandoned farmhouse.
Yes.
Just camp out for the night, lock the door, wait for the knock, and respond in their native language.
All right.
Pull them in and decide to say, guess
what?
what? You're being recruited. The Serbian needs your vampires. Kill some fucking...
Serbia needs
She is trying to tell you things. Go ahead and
You
make
want
me
some Habsburg blood?
Or a Greek roll.
Look, my working theory is that they've gone mad from typhus, and they're
90.
they think they're vampires, but they're not.
Just iron deficient.
She says something like, she says something about not talking.
They don't talk.
Well, if you don't respond, they leave.
Well, she said that they spoke to her in Serbian, but she was responding in Greek, so they didn't understand.
No, she didn't say that.
Oh, did you? Okay,
She said they're not.
I misinformed. No, never
She
mind.
says
Or
they knock.
talking won't
They know.
help.
Never mind. So,
What do you mean by they knock?
Go ahead.
That's a 63.
She says they knock and
wait.
call you.
Call.
They knock and call. And she's like, don't knock and call, don't talk, something like that.
Stay silent.
Go ahead and make another roll. At a different, different percentage because you actually.
45.
She's like,
Okay. So I'll tell the rest of everybody else, stay quiet when they come knocking. If they don't hear us, they don't think we're here, and we can get an ambush on them.
Well, and that does make sense because the woman and the child were being as quiet as
Yeah,
they
they're
could.
being as quiet as possible. Yeah. So if we stay quiet, we can get an ambush on any of these undead monstrosities that used to be our countrymen, and we can get rid of them.
No, they're obviously just ill from the type.
Or they could be ill from typhus. Sure.
Yeah.
So we should call out to them.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's. Okay. Maybe not.
He's in command.
God damn.
Are you mutinying?
Fuck.
Welcome to my world. Welcome to my world.
Shut up, Aaron.
I'm a good soldier. I follow orders.
Everything is rational. This is folklore.
okay, give me another Greek roll. She's trying to talk to you.
Okay. Please, dear God. 46 out of 20?
She takes her revolver out of her holster, and she's like trying to say, something about shoot your revolver. Shoot your revolver. Shoot.
Make
Shoot.
noise?
Shoot. Go ahead and make a roll.
Uh, 30 out of 20.
She's saying make noise, make loud noises.
Make loud noises, but don't
Make a-
talk.
Don't talk,
But
make loud noises.
Okay, so the lady says we need to make noises, shoot up in the air, whatever, to get their attention, but we don't need to
Okay,
talk to them.
we were not sent here to drive them away. We were sent here to bring them
But
home.
they're apparently they died.
But
or
we also
something.
need to quarantine them if they still have typhus.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
we-
need to quarantine them at least. So
Yeah,
get them
like
we
this.
need to get them.
so we can shoot our guns to drive them into a quarantine, into a cage, and then kind of corral them from there.
She did give you pretty decent instructions on where the house was that they were at.
Yeah, so they tend to be around this one particular house. So if we make a bunch of noise there, we can kind of corral them there and keep them there and try and see what's going on with the typhus or whatever's going
Yeah,
on.
let's
with it.
corral them to a quarantine zone.
Okay, yeah, let's do it over in this area. And all.
In the
Okay.
abandoned farmhouse?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So she points you off in that direction.
Okay.
She crosses herself, and off you go. The house you get to is much more run down than the other houses that you have encountered so far. Most importantly, though, it stands out because it has a number of rather crudely marked graves next to the house.
And maybe we have to decipher any of those grave markings?
Well, they are written in Serbian.
Okay.
There are names in Serbian on the graves.
Oh, okay.
And
Grave register.
Yep. So
I have Serbian at 100%.
yeah, you're absolutely going to know what's on the graves. Now, the bad news is you get there and you've got 4 graves. And of these 4 graves, 3 of them appear to have been dug into or disturbed in some way. In fact, you can see like bits of bed, like blanket, like wool blanket that are sticking out of the graves. One of them does not appear to. One of them appears to. They all appear to be sunken. 3 of them appear to be sunken. One of them appears to be does not appear to be sunken.
Would they be able to do like a spot hidden or something like that to tell which direction the graves were?
What time of day is
Dug
it?
in
How
from?
much time do we have before
It's
sunset?
about 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
I'm just gonna fucking start digging the grave.
All right, which ones?
One of the ones that's been disturbed.
With the wool blankets.
You
The
dig,
highest ranking one that's
you
been
dig
disturbed.
out the 3 graves.
Yeah.
Sorry, I said digging out the 3 graves that have been disturbed. You find what appears to be bedclothes that that might have been somebody attempted to wrap somebody up in their bedclothes, like the sheets that they died in, and carted them out to a hole that's maybe 4 feet deep, not quite 6 feet deep.
Yeah.
Planted them in. There's no bodies in the grave. There's no bodies in those graves, and there's bits and pieces of the sheets in the graves.
Okay.
I'm fucking spooked.
So that's 3 of the graves.
Yeah.
The other one is undisturbed?
Yeah.
Any difference in ranks or
No.
Okay, they're all privates, I
We
guess.
need his medallion anyway.
So
Are there medallions in there?
No.
Okay, I guess dig up the last grave too.
You find a corpse. You find a dead body. He does in fact have now there's no medallion on him. There's a name on the each of these graves have names. Inside the house, it's empty. There are clothes, boots,
Serbian stuff.
a few badly worn Mauser rifles that would have been appropriate for the Serbian army in 1914. Bits and pieces of old greatcoats that have been used to survive the winter, but would not be useful here on this Caribbean, not Caribbean, but Mediterranean island. There's a number of beds. They don't have a lot of. They're just basically straw mattresses, that don't have any sheets and anything on them. The place has open doors, open windows. There's a little bit of food in the cupboards. But this building doesn't look like it's been lived in for a couple months. There's nobody in here. You start looking around, and you basically are able to determine that there are. It looks like 6 people were living in this building.
All Serbian?
The Serbian, the greatcoats are Serbian, the weapons are Serbian, the web gear is Serbian.
Are there 6 pairs of boots?
There's a few boots, yes. But there's not. There's like, say, I guess there's like, there's only like, I'd say there's only 4 pairs of boots.
Okay.
So this looks like where they were stationing themselves.
Well, at least the 4 that were dropped off here.
Yeah.
So the one who did die that we do have his corpse, does it look like he died of typhus, or are there any obvious wounds or anything?
He doesn't have any obvious wounds on him.
All right.
And he's been dead for months.
Okay.
Do the corpses that we do find, do they have their ID tags?
No, those are their. They would have been taken off. I'm pretty sure that the ID tags would have been taken off.
Okay.
And what you find in the house is that there are 4 ID tags in the house that match the names that have been carved into the markers outside. I'm not going to worry about the actual individual Serbian names. But
1 through Ghoul 3.
Yeah.
Do we know
Okay,
who
so
owns
one guy died.
or
There's
owned
3.
this house?
In
Do we
my
know
head.
who owned or owns this house? No? Nobody?
Are the windows and doors still able to be shut and shuttered?
They could be with a little work.
Getting on that, so.
All right. Give me a roll there.
All right.
What's our countdown to dusk?
Probably another 4 hours.
Okay.
So 29 out of 55.
Okay. You're able to find tools and things and able to nail the windows shut and work with the large pieces of boards over them. That worked out so well for the other house.
So, well, if we're not inviting them in, maybe that's a good thing. So somebody maybe just ask them in. So, or maybe we do the other one where it's on the outside. I don't know.
You'll be fine, I'm sure.
Or if we're gonna invite, per sergeant's orders, if we're going to invite them in, why don't we
Trap
basically
them in
set this up as a box?
That's true.
Yeah.
Now this building is actually it's fairly run down. It doesn't look like it has had a lot of habitation. There are holes in the roof that have been stuffed with straw, things like that. We are talking about like a dirt floor cabin, essentially, with mostly stone walls, slightly sunken floor, like maybe 2 feet down below the level of the ground. Notice that the walls only go up maybe 5 feet on the outside before we start to get into an angled roof to on top. There's bits and pieces of crockery and cooking utensils and whatnot in here, and some food. But the flour and such has gotten moldy, and the water smells. Like
pretty stale.
It's pretty stale. Is this where you plan to make your stand?
Sergeant, what do you think?
Take command.
We need a place we can call them in or set them up so that we can corral them.
Well, and maybe
we can spend the afternoon.
Or we can set this house up as a quarantine.
See, that's the thing I was looking at, because from everything we saw from the last area where the nails were pulled in and it looked like somebody had been bashed in, maybe, if we can rig it in a way where we're bringing them in, locking them from the outside, and just keeping them.
Let's rig it so that we can try to corral them into the house.
How would you do that?
Nail the shutters.
Okay.
Yeah,
So for the layout of the house, is it a single room, multi-room?
It's a 2-room house.
2 rooms. So
Main room and bedroom.
So the bedroom. What are the defenses in the bedroom as far as windows go and anything like that?
There's going to be like 2 sets of windows in the bedroom, 2 sets of windows in the first room.
So we're trying to lure them through the door.
There's certainly a bar for barring the door.
Yeah.
So if we're trying to lure them through the door, if you want to invite them into that way, we need to make sure the windows are secure.
Yeah, secure windows from the outside.
Are there any shelves, heavy, tall objects, anything like that to put against the
very
windows?
little. Very little.
Well, shit. Bed? Can the bed be secured to at least one of those windows?
The bed could be secured to one of the windows, yes.
Okay. So, am I speaking out of turn, sir?
I don't understand. Why wouldn't we just nail them from the outside?
Okay, never mind.
Well, we have another possible option too, because we're doing like the full trap lure of getting them in, but not like the main room, possibly putting the bedroom, shutting the door, and then getting
there's one door. It goes into the main room, and then there's like a second room, a doorway with no door that goes into the bedroom area.
Okay, so there's something else to block that off.
You need to
secure the windows.
Yeah, and we need to reverse the door, or at least reverse the.
The bar.
The bar.
To be honest, it doesn't matter how we secure the house. We have to secure them. Like if we get them in the house, there's no way we can keep them in the house if they don't want to be there. If they're physically strong, like they'll just bash the shutters out.
Yeah.
I thought you were trying to arrange a kill zone where we have a fallback inside the house and we bottleneck them through the door. Is what
I think he wants to capture them.
Yeah, we need to quarantine them. They're sick.
In that case, we need to secure.
So we just
on the outside.
Shutter the windows, leave the door open, and then wait inside the house. And then when they come in, we just butt stroke them with our rifles. That's an actual term, by the way.
I know you just want to say it, but yes, it's a real term.
You didn't say grab ass them.
I said
we can
butt
do that
stroke.
too.
Because butt stroke is a respected term for hitting people with the butt of their weapon.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
All right. So, Sergeant, that sounds
nothing to do with gay porn.
I wasn't going to say that.
No, that's just an inference.
It sounds like all we have to do is close all the shutters, leave the door open, let them come in, and then we all just jump them.
Yeah. So you're suggesting to be outside the building or inside?
Inside the building.
Okay.
They come inside the building. There's 6 of us and 3 of them. We just hit them over the head with our rifles.
And just make it a blanket party. So.
Essentially. I don't know another way to secure them.
Yeah, or at least if they're really insistent.
We have the manacles, right? So we can first threaten them and say, give up and let us manacle you.
I don't know. With what they're doing, I don't know if threatening them is the route to go. I say we just manacle them.
Okay.
Do they have rabies?
So
apparently they're killing people.
Well, then
why are we waiting?
Sergeant, shouldn't we just kill them if they're gone mad like that?
That's something they will.
Are you going to rely on Noah's bad translation about the whole killing thing?
A little bit. Yeah, I'm spooked. So,
all right, that's fair. So we just wait there. They come in the house. There's 6 of us. We surround the 3 of them. And then hopefully they'll give up.
Them. Worst case scenario, we lock them in quarantine in this house until the boat shows up.
Well, after we secure them.
Yes.
After we manacle them.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Or are there any fishing nets on where we came?
Oh yeah, are there any fishing nets around?
Well, there were some down at the beach.
Okay, we could go back to the beach, grab some, and
you could get some nets from the beach. Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. So we get the nets. We shutter the windows, and then we just wait in the house.
All right. And
leaving the door open.
Leaving the door.
Aren't they supposed to
nervously fix my bayonet?
Okay, we can leave the door closed but not barred.
Mm-hmm.
So, and see if they knock and say, "Come on in. We're just waiting for you." And then they come in.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're nailing the window shut.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we don't want them to escape out the windows.
All right. So, night comes.
And we have the nets.
You have the nets. The idea is to throw them over the.
Yeah.
All right.
This is going to end well.
This is
the best plan.
The
Sarge, it's very Scooby-Doo.
They're very sick.
The Sarge agreed to this plan.
It's a great plan.
They're sick. They're
one of those
not
guys in the back
horrible
of the
monsters
Jeep
and beyond our conception of reality.
So you guys are sitting around inside the house with your rifles and your bayonets and your nets, and let's see here.
It's fine.
A woman's voice says, "You hear a knock on the outside door."
Okay. Hello?
Evo. Evo.
Don't need to stop.
A woman?
I don't know if I told anybody my name.
A voice.
It's
a woman's
supposed to be
voice
guys.
says, "Evo."
Oh yeah.
Evo.
In
That's your name.
yes, that is my name.
Is that an old woman's voice or a young woman's?
Young woman's voice.
Isn't it supposed to be
And
guys,
it's just
though?
his name, so we can all understand it.
Yeah.
I'll answer in Serbian. Yes.
All right.
Ready rifle.
You say yes.
Not slurring my words at all.
The bar jumps out of the door. Actually, the door didn't have a bar.
Yeah.
The door flies open.
Fuck.
The shutters fly open.
Jesus Christ.
When they do, the nails that you nailed into them are just stuck in the shutters, just ripped out of the wood. Every window in the building shatters, and these people fly through the windows into the room with you. And they also fly through the door. This woman wearing what appears to be the scraps of a white, like bedclothes, like a bed shirt, comes through the window.
Wait, how many people?
Like 5 or 6.
Okay,
Well-
I shoot the woman.
Well,
Okay.
let's see. Three
shoot the
Serbian,
Yeah.
Boom!
Serbian guys.
They come boiling in through every entrance of the house. Windows shatter. They come through the windows. Not like, oh, I've jumped through the window, but just boom through the window. Their heads almost reaching the rafters where various supplies are. You see, hey, that guy's wearing Serbian military pants and suspenders, and that woman is wearing what appears to be, again, a nightshirt. And Ross, you fire a gun.
At her, yes.
Go ahead, give me a die roll.
All right. 38. And my rifle skill is 40. So
Yeah, and it'd be double because it's inside your dex range. What's your dex?
yeah.
What's your dex?
My dex is 12.
All right, yeah.
That's
go ahead.
what I'm good for.
Roll me some damage.
All right, 2d6 plus 4. That is 8 plus 4, 12.
All right. Boom, the glass explodes. They all roll in. Ross fires a gun at the first woman through the door. Boom, she takes the shit. She screams and, like, holds her hands over her ears and goes back out the door, as does everybody, their feet never touching the floor. Whoa! Everybody roll sand.
Finally! That's fair.
I just didn't say
I'm
this.
good.
Kind of a sobering
That's a fail.
moment.
Fail.
I fail.
Fail.
Yeah.
Fail.
Pass.
Pass.
11. I passed.
Pass. Fail.
Yeah.
3,
All right.
5. Make an idea roll.
We're both the fails?
For which roll?
He failed.
I
He got a
failed.
3. He got a 5.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if you make an idea roll, it gets worse.
Black.
Yeah.
Yep, I made it.
Yes.
Excellent.
Woo! You know, might be spoofers in character then.
Hey, no.
And give me a D10, please.
Well, that explains
Do
it.
you need anything? You know, you need.
That was the rest of the
Would you roll?
family and the 3 Serbian
Fine.
guys.
You are absolutely terrified. You are unable to move for the moment.
Just move or like
You
any
can't.
action?
You cannot act for the
catatonic.
moment.
I will volunteer to drop my rifle and start muttering, "Vampire, vampire! They're
Okay.
fucking here! Oh God,
Okay.
they've come for me!"
Everyone else passed.
Wait, did he? Does he get that insight though? Shh. Okay. Yeah.
You passed. 1. You passed. 3. Pass. 1 for Noah. 2 for Aaron. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and
Failing's
make
a pro
that. I think it's a
strat, by the
D4. There,
Can't go
well,
hard
8.
paint
You get 4 points if you do the mythical skill.
Right.
I don't know if that's going to help much, but
Your insane insight. They all fled out. They all leapt out backward out the windows. They all jumped back out or jerked out the windows, as if the concussion of the sound shoved them out the windows, not as if the bullet drove them out the windows.
Is there any way for me to share this intelligently, or am I still gone?
You are rooted in spot. You can talk. You can try and talk.
I mean, I'm going to be babbling and maybe something in the middle about.
You
The loud
make
noise.
a loud noise.
Actually, I'm going to shriek
All right.
in terror.
All right. You do that.
That's my. Yeah.
All right. He shrieks in terror.
Yeah.
Make an idea roll.
That's not kind.
He's making a second idea roll.
5 out of 60.
You know what's louder than screaming?
Yep.
A gunshot.
Pick up the gun and just start emptying rounds into the ceiling.
All right. Blam, blam, blam.
I'm wasting all
blam.
day. Just
Stop him.
I'm staring.
You go through 8 rounds and then you start to reload.
Okay. Yeah. Just,
Yeah. All right.
I look out the window, or I look out the door to see where they are.
Spotted.
Huh? Spot hidden. I make it 49 out of 55. Are they looking?
Feet don't touch the ground, Ross.
Oh.
They sort of disappear over the tops of the racks and things that the wooden things that are set up for the
Yeah.
grapes can grow on. You know.
Yeah.
They sort of skip over the air from all the bang, 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 and you can see them holding their ears shut as they disappear further and further away into the black, and then they disappear.
What direction are they going?
They've disappeared in all points of the compass.
Okay. Well, that's kind of fucked up.
Everybody on this island's dead. Nobody survived. They seem to have melted their medallions. We're going.
No, we have their medallions. They were inside the house.
Yeah, we have.
Good. Fuck this.
We hole up till morning and then we leave on the fishing boat.
Marines, we are leaving.
I said we can rope back.
I will go out of the house and yell, "Cowards, come back and fight us!"
In the meantime, we're reloading.
Don't do me.
You come for me! The lady in the wagon said I had children. I have no children. I have to live.
It's just like the old gypsy woman said.
That's exactly what I'm going for.
But I said it nicely.
I thought it was a metaphor.
What do you mean the weird little brother will kill me? Wait, shit, wrong shit.
All right, you go outside and yell, "Cowards!"
Yeah. Oh wait, I hold the net out at this point. If I see another one, I'm going to net them. That'll do
Is there
it.
anything in the folklore about clasping them in irons and maybe
What's your character's last name, or which character's first name?
Traditional
Gorian.
folklore, or what we're using.
You're outside and
Yeah.
you just hear the wind whistling through the vines on the trellises,
Yeah.
and you just hear this sort of Gorian, Gorian, Gorian.
Where are you? Where are you? Come and fight me. I'm not afraid.
Make a spot hidden, please.
All right.
Oh, God, I didn't fail it. So hard.
I make that. 53 out of 55.
What was that?
53 out of 55.
Okay, you're looking around. She's coming from directly above you.
Throw the net.
Okay.
Go for it, Ross.
What skill would that be? Throwing the
Throw.
throw. I got that at base. I got a good feeling about this. Well, that's a 69, so that's not a success. By the way, what the fuck are you guys doing? Well, I mean,
I was running after you because you're screaming and
I'm
trying to
ordering
get
them to
protected.
stop him from wasting ammo.
Those of you inside the building make spot hidden rolls.
Do I count?
you mean Adam? Do you get it?
Nope.
Does he get it at make spot hidden check?
I figured not.
Oh, hell no.
53 made it.
Now, you're reloading
Yeah.
at this point.
And screaming.
And
A
screaming.
lot.
I made it.
You made it? What about you, Noah?
What was I supposed to be rolling?
Spot hidden.
Spot hidden.
So I did.
Okay. Alright, sorry. 92?
You're fairly sure you're at a Greek island at night.
Yes. It's fucking
Aaron,
dark, yo.
make a stand roll, please.
Yes, sir.
Is he the only one who made it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's the only one who made it.
79. That does not.
That does not make
No,
it.
that does not at all.
Make an idea roll.
Yay. 96. No, I do not make that.
Oh, excellent. All right, you just lose 6 sand points.
Okay.
Holy shit.
That's temporary sanity.
You're out there like, oh, I got a net. What happens is this thing comes directly down on top of him. It's this young girl. It would be a young girl if it wasn't flying through the air.
Yeah.
With tattered bits of
Nightshirt.
nightshirt on her. And basically it wraps him up in his own net and jerks him into the sky.
Jesus.
This is how every Japanese hentai starts.
She's saying all this in Greek or Serbian?
Only the good ones. And you just see Ross jerked into the sky. Ah!
Well, at that moment, probably just for the temporary sanity, just raging. No!
You fire the bang, bang, bang. All right.
I'm just doing my Doc Holiday.
All right, fast as you can shooting. All right, give me a luck roll, please.
Okay.
Oh, please critically fail that. Or don't. Critically succeed. Go big or go home, Aaron.
God damn it, Ross.
It's only 2 choices. Fail.
We are all too fucking drunk here. 21 made it.
I'm totally sober.
60.
At a 60? All right. It's now incumbent upon you, Ross, to roll a jump roll.
Yeah, you did give my character jump at 50%.
Yes, I did.
That is a 92, though.
Did you like walking?
All right. Out of the black, Ross's character comes screaming out of the sky, wrapped in a net, and crashes to the ground in front of you for 9 points of damage.
Holy fuck.
How many points do you have?
14. I'm
Actually, 12.
still good. It's still good.
Smash! That's like broken shit. You have broken bones in your body. Your coccyx, your ankles, bump. He's laying there, he's screaming with a...
I think that's a sand roll to see him drop down in the sky. Just
You want another sand roll?
You
got it.
Yeah.
I want a sand roll. I fail my sand roll.
14, I did make that.
All right.
See,
That's worth 1d2. 2 points.
2 points.
It's just
What about
raining
me? I fail
Serbians.
my sand roll. How many do I lose?
Yes.
All right. You're going to make an idea roll, please.
It's just raining Serbians today. It's fine.
Oh, I crit that.
You critted it?
I got a 4.
All right. 6 sand points.
Oh.
Give me a d10, please.
52 minus 6 is
46.
46. All right.
You're the exact
1d10,
same
please.
sanity.
1d10? All right. Just a 1.
He crashes to the ground. He is just screaming hysterically. Ah! 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 Ah!
Like you do.
Is there anything I can do in first aid at this point?
Well, you might want to remove him from the open area in front of the fucking house.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to grab him as much as possible.
What's your strength?
Yeah, I'll
My
order.
strength is
Get him
10
inside.
right now.
At 10?
10.
What's your size?
12. 13.
All right, give me a
No,
roll.
12.
12?
Yeah.
All right, it's time.
Anybody else helping?
I will.
All right, what's your strength?
15.
All right, so 12, was it 10 plus 15? All right, give me a roll.
All right, 20.
Okay, you two of you drag him back into the house. All right, Ross says, you're positive that Ross should not have legs shaped quite like that. And he's screaming, and it's, God, on my legs, they're so bad. It's not good. So, now what?
Well, Nate's starting to pick up nailing the boards back into the...
I want to point out the nails shot out of the wood and
I'm frantically collecting them.
You don't care. You're going to try it anyways. Are you driving the nails with the butt of your rifle?
Exactly, yeah. Just butt stroke all the
You
nails.
just keep shooting bullets. As soon as you get reloaded, you begin firing bullets again.
Screaming hysterical.
Stop him.
I'm going to try and restrain him.
All right.
And I'm going to try to splint Ross's
Go ahead and give me a medic roll.
meat tentacles.
Someone else should repeat what I did. I just wasn't rolling well enough. I think the net strategy works.
Yeah, that's lost Noah.
That's a what?
That's a critical success.
Holy shit. Give me a 2d3. Now that is D3 times 2.
what is he
two
gonna
6-sided dies. But draw. 1.
One.
And then the second one. 3.
So 3.
So you get 4 hit points back because he binds your legs back.
Holy
together.
fuck.
That's some first class first aid.
Jesus.
All right.
I'm up to 9 now.
You can actually walk.
Holy shit, they weren't that broken.
Round two, vampire.
I wouldn't test those braces
All
quite
right,
yet.
so you stopped him from shooting, and you keep trying to explain to him, we have to make noise, we have to make noise.
Shoot your gun! That's the motion she made, right? The gun is to throw them out!
Calm down.
I can't die here!
I'm not dying on this fucking island. These fucking Greeks.
I'm not dying for you or anyone for fucking Serbia!
Calm down. We got to make it.
I have another idea. Set the vineyard on fire. Then we'll be able to see them coming.
That's not noise!
It's light. The fire will scare them off.
If they back off for a second, by the way, to keep explaining shit to me, I just start shooting the floor.
Okay. Is it about are you wrestling the rifle out of his hands at this point?
I have nothing to throw you that isn't hard.
You called it.
Well,
I'm cool with it.
Sergeant's orders.
All right, so I will attempt to resist.
All right,
Sorry.
your strength
15.
is what?
15.
And what's your strength?
13.
All right, go ahead and give me a die roll, please. You're the one trying to restrain him.
6 or 6.
Oh, 6, yeah.
Yep.
You're able to get the rifle out of his hands. Your attitude is, you fools, we have to keep making noise. I mean, in a few
My
times.
knees will start screaming about, you fucking idiots.
Kind of slap him to try and
At
get
this
back
point,
to
you're
his-
banging the pots in the house.
knocking shit off the mantle.
Yeah, exactly. We gotta make noise. They don't like noise.
Kick the wall a few times.
Can I try and slap him to get him back to his senses?
Oh, sure. Go ahead. You slap him. I'll just say that you slap him.
Does it make a loud noise?
No, not loud enough.
Not loud enough! Louder!
Calm down. We're gonna make it out of this.
Look, we need to net them. Like, we just...
That totally works. Yeah, just keep pressing.
I just failed my throwing check. This time, it'll go better.
Yeah. I totally believe that.
I'm trying to convince the other
And denial's not a fucking river in Egypt.
Who knew that we'd find denial here?
Or we
in
set the
Greece?
vineyard on fire. I'm just saying either one is a great idea.
Okay.
None of those are good ideas.
I'm gonna try and.
Anyone, anyone bothering to look outside?
I will look outside.
I
Well,
guess,
you're on the floor.
I guess I'm forced to look because I'm trying to frantically board the
Give me a spot hidden.
Yes, sir.
Please make that, Aaron.
Noah, give me a spot hidden roll.
Where are my dice?
Can I try and appeal to his better senses and be like, if we trade rounds, we won't run out of rounds as fast?
So that's an 88.
All right, go ahead and give me an intelligence roll.
How's it going, man?
Hi, Roger.
Give me an intelligence roll.
No, him.
Intelligence times 5.
Intelligence times 5.
61 out of 65, by the way.
Yeah,
Okay.
that'll do it.
All right.
37 out of
Yes, we should space out the bullets. Don't
Yeah,
run out
that
of
way we're
bullets.
not running them out.
Alternate!
We can't run out of bullets before dawn. You, however, have used up 16 rounds.
I'm gonna hand him. I requisitioned 40 extras. I'm gonna hand him 40 extras.
Yeah,
We each have like 128 rounds, so
Yeah.
like...
that's enough. If you fire one bullet a minute, that's enough for 2 hours.
Oh.
Oh, I get it.
Well, that's per person, though.
Yeah.
So
So if we have a rotation going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or we could honestly keep
Well,
an
no,
eye
I'm
on.
sorry. 128 rounds would be. Yeah,
2 hours.
it's 2 hours and 8 minutes.
So
Per
could
person.
we could keep an eye on, see when they start coming back in, and then fire.
You make that spot hidden roll. You can see them out there moving around over the tops of the fields, their feet not touching the ground.
That's why I'm saying set them on fire.
What if we escaped the beach with
Your
a sound
decision,
perimeter?
Ross, not mine. Not mine. You want to take your broken ass into
Set the
field
vineyard on
and
fire.
do a.
I'm
and
sure
do
with
a
a pair
Buddhist
of crutches, you can
self-immolation.
crutch to the beach faster than they will, I don't know, pull your asshole out from your eyeball. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
You got this.
All right, just yell at everyone to hunker down. Shoot your rifle if any of them enter the house. Old lady said by morning they go. We'll look for them come daybreak. If we can't find them, we'll go tell the lieutenant what's going on.
Well, I think we need to do the rotation too to sit here.
We can just say they're dead. We have their ID.
All right. If you're going to only fire when you see them,
Yeah.
you burned up about 16 rounds.
Yeah.
You're still a little manic for a few more rounds.
Yeah.
Although, again, this is temporary insanity. It goes away after like a D10 plus whatever rounds.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and say that with a bolt action rifle of 5 once every other round, you've managed to burn out your urge to just fire rounds until you're out of bullets.
Gotcha.
Which would run you out of rounds in, let's see here, 6 rounds. You fire about, firing slowly, you'd burn up about, under the current rules, you'd burn up about 6 to 10 rounds a minute and you'd be out.
Yeah.
Way too fast. So at this point, you're watching to see them, and when you see them, you fire.
Yeah.
Okay. During the night, you use up 19 rounds. Anybody else on this duty?
I was given 20
I am.
actually by
Use it.
People can take
even 20 I think.
Yeah.
Anybody else on this duty? 4 rounds. Anybody else on this duty? 11 rounds. Knock that off of your totals. All right.
Oh man.
You fire these rounds. Ross is broken-legged on the floor, is not using up a lot of rounds.
Yeah, you can use my bullets.
But you're not doing the shooting. You guys
Yeah.
fire, and when you do, they do this thing where they just shoot away from the cabin like they've been jerked by a cable, just and they just disappear into the darkness. And then later they kind of come back, and then they start getting closer, and after they get close to us, you go bang, and they disappear again. I will point out that as you're doing this, more and more of them come to this house. First it was like 5 or 6, then it was like 12, and it was like 20. You see guys in bits of Serbian uniforms. You see people in their bed clothes. You see people wearing civilian clothes out there. Most of them are barefoot. And you keep pushing them away from the house until it starts to get towards dusk, and then they disappear. Now, during the course of this, at some point, you hear some new loud noises. Booms and cracks and rumbles. And the sky lights up. You see lightning cross back and forth over the clouds. And suddenly there is a torrential rain across the island. And the sun doesn't really come up. As it comes up, there is just all this rain pouring down in this black, cloudy, stormy sky. And the rain pours down on the roof, and it comes through the holes that have been stuffed with, straw, and continue to fill the sort of, the dirt floor that you guys are standing on. Anyways, apparently it's some sort of storm.
And they're still out there?
No, they disappeared.
Hopefully the lightning, if nothing else, is keeping them away from the sonic booms.
Well, if it's
Sorry.
it's not UV light.
To keep our rotation,
Can we keep our rifles dry if we get to the beach?
How far is it
Smoke
to the
is
beach?
powder.
It's not far.
Yes.
far.
Yeah, it's not big.
It's a couple miles.
Yeah, it's not
Still,
All right.
you
Let's just fucking go and wait for the farmer. Oh, are they going to be out in this storm?
Protects them a lot more. So.
I don't know. What do you think?
I have boating at 20%.
You have what at 20%?
Boating, and I rolled a 3.
You wouldn't go out in this.
So they're not going to be out here. So we're stuck here another fucking day.
You might be.
well, we
So
can,
let's stop shooting.
well, how about we go down to the little storage place, hole up there, cause a new place, then we can be on the beach when
And
we
I can repair the boats later on.
What if we team up with Grandma?
What is she going to do?
She ain't dead yet.
She's a better shooter. She's
They didn't blow her shutters off her house and suck her blood out.
She's literally the survivor. She knows what she's doing, obviously. She's not one of them.
And she's probably a prime target. I mean, like, she's a fine wine to them at this point.
Let's go talk to Grandma. Sir?
Yes. Let's figure out who's still alive, and let's get everyone we can off this island.
All right, as you guys cross the island, I want you all to make spot hidden rolls, including Noah, despite how drunk he actually is.
Get the work, Noah.
Odd 3 out of 7.
Odd 3?
Yeah.
All right, well, that answers that.
Odd 3 as well.
So, Fought?
Yeah.
All right, never
18
mind.
out of 45.
In the storm, as you're crossing the island, you suddenly notice that at the north end of the island, you're seeing a bright light. That you see it, and then it goes away. And then you see it, it goes away. You see it, and it goes away.
Yep.
There.
Wait, I thought the lighthouse was on Paxos, not
Oh, no,
Antipaxos.
it was...
There's a lighthouse on Antipaxos across the strait from Paxos.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
It's the only thing that could be considered a civil government installation on the island of Antipaxos.
And it's still working.
Looks like it from here.
All right, let's go there.
How far away is it?
Other than the island, 3 miles maybe, 4 miles.
There's nothing that's very far away on the
Are
side.
bright lights loud noises? I don't know anymore.
Thunderclaps.
Sorry.
Well, but hey,
But
could
somebody
be a
has to man
position.
that lighthouse.
Okay, so...
And if we get people with more concussion weapons, then we'll be
Oh, yeah.
fine.
Yeah, they could in better defensible positions.
Like
So.
shooting for a fireworks.
All right.
Yeah,
let's-
big round building.
Let's march to the lighthouse and check it out.
Okay. You guys march over to the lighthouse. You get there. The lighthouse is not cylindrical. It is square. It is a square tower with a light on it that's going around in the storm. It has it is surrounded by a wall that's about 8 feet tall, and there is a steel, or let's say iron gate at one point. It's all whitewashed white. There are a few trees on the inside of this compound, but most of the trees and such scrub on the outside of the compound. You walk up to the gate. It is broad daylight, but again, with the storm raging down, it's very dark out here. You guys have been carrying Ross, and there's a couple of guys with
I thought I could walk
shoulder.
now. I mean, I did heal 4 hit points.
Yes, you did.
So I could walk.
Well, it's not real
Hobbling.
fast. Not as fast as they want you to walk.
All right.
So there's probably, these two are one under each arm, and the rest of you are aiming your guns up, waiting for these things to drop out of the sky on you in case that, somehow being out in a bad UV light is good for them. Like they can just come down. You don't know. But you work your way across the island before noontime.
Did we stop and get
If you started moving as soon as it was daylight or dawn, even though it was dark, is my presumption. And you're working your way across the island, and it's not hard to find. You're passing farms, and you're like, fuck it, who cares what's in the farms? And some you see with the windows and shutters open, some are all bolted up, but you eventually get to the lighthouse. And like I said, it's a compound, maybe a 100-foot square on a side. Inside is a building, a square tower, and sort of a square building next to the tower, a rectangular building. You get out there. There is a bell on a so things you could ring outside the building, and there is a iron gate. There are lights on inside the building next to the lighthouse tower. What do you do?
Ring it,
Ding-a-ding-a-ding. At some point, a old man with a white beard comes out of the lighthouse and says something to you in Greek. Now, since Noah is currently in the bathroom, engaging in bathroom-like activities,
definitely not throwing up because he drank too much.
Definitely not. Definitely not. I will go ahead and pass this character sheet.
And then we had Greek at 20%.
Or do one of you want to roll for his Greek?
Yeah, I can roll for his Greek, so.
Oh, good.
Thank you, Aaron.
I trust you, Aaron.
It goes into the trash can.
Step 1, the die falls in the trash can.
That's a good sign.
Noah's back.
Hey!
Noah's back.
All right, he gets open.
You've gone to the lighthouse, and the old Greek lighthouse keeper has come out.
Oh, fuck yeah!
All right, come on.
This is the moment I've been waiting for.
How are you going to explain this to him? 11? All right. What do you want to communicate to the old lighthouse keeper?
What were we doing?
You cross the island to the lighthouse. You should see the lighthouse going in the storm.
Could you let us in?
Let us in!
He's like, well, he wants to know who you are or what you're doing here. And
Fucking Serbians!
Serbians! Well, it is an iron gate with bars. If he tried to, turn and run, you guys would blow him to shreds before he could get back to the building.
Vampire!
Vampire?
Vampire!
Oh, Virolakas.
Virolakas.
He's like, go ahead. With that 11, that's half your skill. He says something like, nonsense!
What?
Can't?
Virolakas is nonsense!
Virolakas back on the island!
Okay, again, he says, nonsense is crazy Serb.
8.
Alright. You're able to communicate with him for the remainder of the scene.
Okay.
He's saying, that's nonsense, and you're saying, let us in and we'll fucking fight our way in. Let us in.
Blow you away, old man.
Yeah, just open a goddamn gate. I don't care if it's nonsense. And he's like, he measures the distance back to the building, and he measures, all those rifles, and he goes, and gets out a big ring of keys and opens the iron gate and lets you guys into the compound.
I'm going to slap the bottle of Ouzo in his hand for his trouble.
Okay. He looks at this, over. And he's like, what? And he's sort of like, who are you? Where'd you come from? Why are Serbians invading this island? I thought all the Serbians died.
I want his keys, so he can't lie.
Oh, okay. You take the keys off him?
Yeah. Shut the door and lock it.
That's not a hard thing to accomplish.
Shut the door and lock the
Lock
gate.
it, all right.
Apparently the other Serbians weren't as dead as we thought.
He's like, he doesn't get that. This makes no sense.
Virolakas!
He's like, that's a myth.
The old woman told us.
He says, Anastasia, she's crazy.
Yeah, whenever he fell from the sky, I think it's fine.
Really spotted.
What's he saying?
You're like, I was like, I can't help he fell down. You're talking nonsense.
Okay, fine. Can we just stay here until overnight in the safety of here until the morning when the storm passes?
He's like, okay. He basically says, okay, you can stay in the boiler house, in the powerhouse. And so what you've got here is a building where there is a tower, which is the lighthouse.
Right.
There is a boiler, like a coal-powered steam furnace that turns there's a horizontal, I don't know what you call it, there's a horizontal crankshaft that goes and then hits a mechanism that turns the actual light upstairs. You know, there's actually a sort of a covered over piece of metal thing that goes through the building and goes and turns the crankshaft for the lighthouse. I mean, there's some stairs up to the lighthouse.
And it's an electric one, right? Or
it's
an oil-based one?
It is an oil-based one.
Okay.
You know. And so he's got a bunch of this. The storehouse is a big brick building with no windows and a big double barn-like door with a bar in it that's filled with big, just big wads of just sacks of coal that have been thrown around and that are used to power the coal furnace to turn the piston to make the light go round at night. All right, and there's oil. There's an oil supply for making the light on top actually light up. You know,
Is this furnace? Is it loud?
it's grumble, 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 grumble.
Wonder if it could be louder.
Also, it could probably be as hot as hell in there because of the boiler.
It's fine. It's wet.
Yes.
I think I remember something about you being in the merchant marine. Make an idea roll.
Sure. 75 out of 75.
Wow, that's a success. Good job, Noah.
Fog
Evo.
horn.
You did the thing.
Foghorn.
I feel like we should.
Float to it without. Oh.
Thing is, I feel like if we want to stay upstairs, there's not much he's going to be able to say about it. Like where the foghorn is.
Is it upstairs?
Yeah, it's up actually in the top of the lighthouse.
All right, so we just camp up there.
We feel we'll just tell him we feel more comfortable on high ground.
Like,
They're weird Serbians.
He has some food and he has some water, and so we just camp here. It's totally defensible.
We share our K rations with them, so
The storm has to
Give him
pass,
chocolate.
so we just wait for it to pass. The fishermen will show up, and then we'll get the fuck out.
Yeah.
I'm sure they will.
I mean,
And then we just tell the fucking.
So, quick question: what's everyone's luck score?
65.
45.
70, 60.
60.
You are the group luck roll.
Wait, is that the lowest roll? Are you making the lowest person roll?
Yeah.
Of course.
Duh.
I just want to be clear for the listeners.
The character with the lowest scores of almost everything.
All right, so
It's real life.
you guys you guys all cram into the top of the lighthouse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, don't touch anything, you'll fuck this thing up. You know, he's trying to explain that it's all very technical and you guys have never been trained. And you're like, do you guys make him explain how to make the foghorn work?
Yes.
I don't care how long it takes and how many die rolls it takes. At some point, you were able to, through menace and through bad Greek, explain foghorn. He's like, foghorn. And he's like, give me one roll, Noah.
Top 5.
Good. He explains that the foghorn is powered by pressurized air, which means that at some point it will run out.
Okay. I'll explain that too.
Now, there's other things up here as well. There's warning rockets at the top for firing off the balconies that go spam, explode, and make noise and make flashes of light and things like that. But that would require going outside the glass area. The actual lever for firing off the foghorn, now it's got there's a needle on a compressed air cylinder where you get, and then there's a point where you got to replace the compressed air cylinder.
Right.
Who's got mechanical repair?
I don't think any of us do.
You might.
Got it at base.
20?
20. 20.
Good as my Greek.
Base of 20.
All right. You know that you'd have to replace the air cylinder.
If only it were made of wood.
If only it were made of wood. Sadly, it is not. You'd have to replace the air cylinder in order to blow it forever. I mean, just blow it constantly.
I mean, can we just
you can recharge air cylinders here, right?
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of figuring.
He's got multiple air cylinders already loaded up with air.
Can we?
So how do we replace it? Like, can we talk him into like how do you do it?
Well, you can do. I'm going to say because you got a whole day to work with him because you got there by noon. You got a whole day for Noah to badger him with a combination of again bayonets and bad Greek to explain how to at 20% how to change the cylinder and keep this thing going all night.
Bayonets and Bad Greek
This
is
is
my
my high
Stacey
school-
solo album.
Yeah. High school ska band.
So, let me know when to make that luck roll.
All right. The night comes. The storm continues to go. There's this constant pitter patter of rain coming down on the outside of the building. The old man eventually goes inside and disappears into the actual living quarters of the place. You guys are up top. Make me spot hidden rolls. Everyone. Who's sleeping and when? So you guys are exhausted after getting up all last night. Who's sleeping and when?
I make it.
I'll take the second shift.
I'll take first shift.
I think it's a
I think Greeky is taking the first shift.
All right.
He's
I'll
passing out.
take the third.
No, I'll just take third shift.
Odd 6.
Out 6. All right.
15 out of 45.
You're up there on what shift?
I'll be on second shift.
Yeah.
99.
You
98 over here.
You are in a lighthouse.
Yeah.
That light is real bright.
Who rolled odd 6? What'd you guys roll?
15 out of
98.
45.
Well, that's pretty good.
I've got no clue.
I made a normal success. 29 out
And
of
Noah?
55.
65?
Okay. You two. You're what shift?
Third.
All right, then you don't see it first. You see it first. You start seeing these things. The light is going around. All right, and as the light goes around, sometimes it's kind of blinding because it's almost towards you, and but you think you're seeing human figures going around the lighthouse, like out over the cliff, over the sea, and then going back, and they're just these sort of semi-dressed, ragged bits of clothes, sort of surfing around in the air outside of the range of the light. As the lighthouse turns, you're just seeing a quick flash as the lighthouse light pans over some pale flesh.
Are they coming anywhere near the lighthouse? Or are they just around the periphery?
Make a listen roll.
No, 75.
Okay. Also make a spot hit roll.
Okay. No, 80. I failed that.
Okay. You're looking around. You don't see anything. You don't hear anything. You were second shift. Who else was second shift? He was first. You were third.
He was third.
You were
I thought I
first.
said first, yeah.
Yeah, I guess that means you're second.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, give me a listen and a spot hidden. You tell them.
I don't get the
Yes, I know. Yeah, I immediately alert them. My hands on the horn, just like
37 out of 50.
That's spot hidden or listen.
I'll listen.
All right, you hear a voice outside. You hear something that sounds like Stavros, Stavros, Stavros.
How's that? Rus, or is it?
And it's sort of a rattle, like a rattle of metal, clang, 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 clang.
Look slowly.
Give me a spot hidden.
Slowly I turn.
Step by step.
Inch by inch. Red. 83 fail.
All right, you're looking around. You see a light go on in the. You see a light downstairs go on.
Scarlick? Scarlick, do you hear that? There's a light downstairs and somebody's calling for somebody that's not us? Scarlick? Scarlick? Scarlick, do you hear that?
He did not hear it, but give me I will say that when the light goes on downstairs, you see that.
Shit.
keep on. I'm taking my gun. Keep on the horn. If I tell you to pull it, pull it.
You're just gonna go ahead and blow it.
I'm gonna go ahead and blow it.
All right, you hit. Spot hidden. Everyone wakes up. Everyone wakes up. It's spot hidden for you. It's spot hidden for you.
Fail. No, 90
Fail,
actually.
95.
Okay.
44 out of 50.
I'm too busy blowing the
Everyone's
horn.
woke up. Eventually, the lighthouse keeper stomps up the stairs and says, "What are you doing blowing the horn? You know, this is an official blah, blah, blah in Greek."
Okay, I don't know Greek.
Is he Stavros?
Exactly. He says a bunch of angry stuff to you in Greek.
Hey,
Vampire.
Caporal. Ask him what his name is.
That's easy.
What's your name?
Stavros.
Davros.
What's
They called for him.
Gag him.
You're gonna just tie him up.
Are you gonna feed him to the fucking vampire?
No, I want to gag him so he can't answer back.
He can't invite.
I think he seemed oblivious to it. I had a.
But he was turning his light on. And when he comes out, he's like got his gym jams on and a fucking lantern. When he comes
So,
up to
yeah,
him.
just ask him, why was he coming out here?
Because it was
His
fucking
name was being
fog.
cold.
Or because someone.
Was he sleepwalking?
Because someone maybe used the
Maybe.
foghorn. Maybe that's why he came out.
No, he was moving before the hot
Oh,
fog.
I see. Okay.
Oh, fuck. Yeah,
So you two guys tie him up and gag him.
sorry, and we're apologizing the entire time.
No.
Tell him we'll
Are we really apologizing?
All right, so
They were their ankles.
yeah, the guy with the broken ankle says, "Don't fucking apologize, just tie his dumb ass up." So, all right, you guys.
So do you want to get jerked into the sky? Because that's how you get jerked into the sky.
I tried.
Just like the old gypsy.
I showed
said.
some initiative.
You guys set off the foghorn a few more times over the course of the night. And you see these things moving around outside, and maybe even hear them call out, Evo.
It's like, what was that?
Yeah, exactly. You hear these call out to you, Milos, Evo, what's the sergeant's name? Cedric or Cido?
Dan's character.
His first name, I know his last name.
Sidomir.
Dragovich.
Cidomir, and you'll hear that, and your response is always no.
It's like a yes album in
A
here.
couple of times you'll see them, and again, the response to the noise is you see them just going directly away from the noise, like they've been pulled by a cable attached, around a belt, where somebody dropped a fucking car engine attached to the cable and just jerked them out of the scene. Just, wah! They just jerked out like that way. Anyways, the storm goes all night. In the morning, you have the sun comes up. It's actually rain and the rain's dripping down the sides of the lighthouse, but it appears to be calm. Roll luck.
45. Black. 77.
You guys go down to the beach. Do you bring the lighthouse keeper with you?
Do we?
Maybe.
Why? Be a lighthouse keeper and live by the side of the sea. So, do you bring the lighthouse keeper with you tied up?
Not tied up.
We would have at least untied him, apologized, and said, "Don't open your door to vampires." And
Noah does his best to explain this. The guy looks at you like you're bug fucked.
and I give him the rest of the K rations. Like, here
He's
you go.
going to die.
Yeah, okay. He doesn't get it. He thinks you're nuts. You go down to the beach. You sit on the beach all day, and at some point, you start looking at the sun as it's sinking over the west. And those guys are not coming. Do you have enough time to get back to the lighthouse?
No,
Can we lock up the warehouse and just
You could lock up the warehouse and stay there.
and not say a damn thing during the entire night?
You could try that.
I think that's our best option.
Can you do that?
It's that, or we leave Ross to die.
Yeah, I think we gotta do this. We'll fortify the warehouse just to make sure that nobody else can. And we'll board it up to the. I'll work
So
it.
at this point, you're gagging people.
Yeah.
Okay, the lighthouse keeper is gagged.
Oh no, I think he's back at the lighthouse. We
Did you let him go?
Yeah. Oh, did anybody else?
Yeah. No, I think.
Yeah, he's fine. We were.
Hey, maybe he'll be
We're gonna get
fodder,
outta
so they'll leave
Yeah,
us.
we just let him go off on his own.
All right, he scurries off. Isn't it?
Stop.
The moment
Yeah, I thought we left him at the lighthouse.
Davros takes off. He's like, okay.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna board up the woodcraft to board it
I'll
up.
say, take the pieces of the boat.
55 exactly for my wood crafting.
All right, you start working on the boat, but there's none. But you're working on the building.
Yeah, I'll do the boats in the morning when I have light and I don't have to worry about being attacked.
You guys nail up the doors and such, and you sit down in the middle of the middle of the warehouse, and sure enough, at some point during the night, Zedomir, Evo. Can you say that, Evo?
No.
Say
I really ought to just go ahead and say you say
God,
that.
God, fucking do.
Rifle ready.
The nails shoot right out of the wood.
Bam!
All right, now you guys start firing your bullets off. Bam, 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 bam. All right.
Well, spacing them out like we did the one time.
Yeah, all right. You guys start firing your rounds. Let's call it, let's see, a round every, let's say if you fire a round every 3 minutes, that's going to be
20 rounds an hour.
20 rounds an hour, which means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They don't show up exactly at dawn, so everyone knocks off another 20 rounds on their guns. All right. Keeping them away.
And everyone laughed when I asked for more bullets.
No, I would you care to roll luck again this morning?
Woo!
Yeah, I'm out, so.
I still have 114 rounds
41.
left.
I actually made it. Out of
This
45.
morning, the fishing boat shows up.
Wave for the fishing boat. Get the fuck out here. We get on the fishing boat.
All right, they're like, sorry, we've, stuff for Greek. We're in Greek town.
Pull the fucking sail!
They're like, what? They're not really, then what? Is there a thing?
I'm giggling like an idiot.
You can say, go, go, go in Greek. Whatever the Greek for go, go, go. Get to the chopper.
Get to the van!
All right, so the Greek boat, the sailing ship, pulls away from the dock and takes you back to Antipaxos. What do you plan to tell them when you arrive in Antipaxos?
Nobody was
Paxos, I should say.
Medals, nobody was alive.
Nobody's alive? Oh, you bring 4 medals back.
Yeah.
The island was plagued.
Well, even beforehand, they told us that they haven't had any contact, or none of the fishing ships have seen any of them.
That's technically true. So yeah, we're just like, here you go.
Island's a plague island. Don't go there.
Our boat got over swamped in the storm, and we lost some bullets.
You got drunk and fell off a cliff.
He was swamped during a storm.
He fell.
You attempt to tell them that the island is
it's diseased.
is plagued, that there's a typhus outbreak.
Yeah.
And that no one should go there. And that it was apparently brought by the Serbians, and you hand over the medals.
Who has fast talk? Does anybody have
I
fast
have
talk?
fast talk at 25 and persuade at 40.
They just
go for it, Sarge.
Go ahead and make me a roll.
I mean, technically, technically, it's not wrong.
You're 1.
All right.
Yeah.
Very nice.
We're done here.
You were able to convince them not to go back to the island.
Yep.
That there's typhus, and you need to stay away for months until it burns itself out or whatever.
Or just napalm it.
Quarantined.
I like napalm.
Now, I will point this out.
Whatever it is.
At some point, you gentlemen are... Ross takes a little longer because he broke his ankles. But at some point, you guys are, all reassigned to, you're on Paxos, and you're looking across. You can see Antipaxos.
Yeah.
And you can see that lighthouse. At some point, that lighthouse goes out, and you don't see the lighthouse anymore. What do you do about that?
Bye, Dad, Bruce.
That sucks.
You just, not my problem, it's over there.
Well, okay. Yeah,
No, let's go back and kill him.
Well, no. See, the thing is, that's over there, and over there has to deal with its own problems.
Hey,
we tried.
Very libertarian of you.
If we can manage a fishing ship with a catapult and just firebomb the thing, I'm all for it. But
Yeah, if only there were some, B-25s available. We could,
not happening.
I mean, we do have some kerosene, and there was a shit ton of coal over there.
I mean, if you want to try to come...
I
go back
say
and
set
burn
the whole island on fire.
Just arrive in the morning and just...
On some fishing boats,
Just
start
burn,
revolving
grab
all
the-
the time.
grab- whoever's still
Bring an
alive.
extra boat. We have our own boat that works. We land on the shore, and we just burn the island down.
Not step foot on that fucking island again.
I will.
Good for you.
We told him what was going on. He chose not to believe us.
The Greeks basically believe you that there is a typhus outbreak. When you're like, look, we got dead Serbians. They died of typhus. They brought typhus to the island. The island's having a typhus outbreak. You rolled a 1. They buy that. They're not interested in going to the island. There's no... I mean, here's the problem. There's probably a doctor on Paxos. He probably doesn't believe in the germ theory of disease transfer. He's probably some guy who still thinks miasma is a fucking thing like the air, you know. So he's like, well, we should just leave the island for months or quarantine it. And so they send off a thing to the on the mailboat to the Greek government saying, don't go to the island. It's having a leave everybody off the island for X number of months. The Greek government becomes interested because the lighthouse goes out, and that's a hazard to navigation. But, that's just more sign that there's a typhus outbreak on the island. You guys eventually are gathered up. Enough soldiers are gathered up here on Corfu that an actual ship shows up to take the scores, like 80 or 90 soldiers, off the island of Paxos and take you to Salonika, where you'll be... put into new divisions and eventually fed into the Salonican front against the Bulgarians. And as far as what the ultimate fate of the island of Antipaxos is, well, I guess you'll never know.
Yeah.
The world may never know.
That's not your problem.
Yep.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
That's an over there problem.
If I survive the war, I have those kids and tell them the story.
Yeah.
And they never believe me. They think I'm a crazy motherfucker.
Because apparently Grandpa lost some brain cells on the retreat through Albania.
Yeah.
So
Now let old Uncle Evo tell you about the vampires on the island.
Old Uncle Evo.
Gentlemen, ladies, that was the Uncorrupted.
Great game.
No,
Out of character, do you want to spoil what the bad was?
The bad is Virolakos.
Oh, it's a non-mythos thing.
It is a non-mythos problem.
It's a more the actual folklore.
It is the folklore vampire, and they don't care about crosses, and they don't care about garlic, and they don't care about any number of things. They only don't like many demons of mythology, hence all the firecrackers during Chinese New Year.
Yeah.
They hate loud noises. And they can be driven off by the sounds of gunfire. But if you're not firing the guns fast enough, they will be more than happy to fly and jerk the rifles out of your hands and snap them in half. The descriptions of that John got from the mythology was that they had a tendency to crush the life out of their victims. John interpreted that as being kind of a sign of super strength. So that if they get their hands on you, they will just pretzel your limbs. They will just take your arms and legs and give multiple compound fractures to every fucking limb before they tear out your throat.
To make sure you're completely broken so you have no way to fight back.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. They will just crush your pelvis and crush your spine, and they're just all super strong, and they can just snap the rifles in half. That's what happened to us. They were they were coming into the windows and jerking the rifles out of our hands and smashing them, and we were being driven up the lighthouse until I did not make a roll. I just went, holy fuck, we're in a lighthouse. There's a fucking foghorn in here somewhere. I was like, well, roll. What's your Greek and Serbian or so like languages? Make a roll to see if you can figure out which thing in the goddamn room is the foghorn. I'm like, 20. It's that thing. And it was at that point we were completely cornered, and they were coming up to and everything opened. That was the thing that we stacked every bag of coal against the fucking door. We nailed every window shut, and fucking Blair Reynolds just had to fucking tell the monster to fuck off. I mean, it was the Milos, go away, fuck off, you. And then the giant pile of sandbags and coal just flew across the room, and the door flew open, and they just this pile of vampires that just filled the entire double barn door, just blew into the room. And we're like, we're running like maniacs, and they're just jerking the old a lighthouse keeper out of his bed, crunch, 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 and we're just running up the stairs. Reynolds, you fucking asshole! And of course, Blair's like, now it's a fun scenario. And later though they fucked with him extra special, and it's something I could have done to you guys, but we had a time limit where he would just do things where where the vampires, once he contacted them, they could just trance him out of the building.
Jesus.
And he was on his way out to feed himself to the vampires when I was like, "Where's Blair?" And I just immediately hit the horn, and when they fled, there was this thing where they were coming in the windows and doors, and when we hit the horn, they just blew out the windows backwards, all just like this weird, holding their hands and he's going, "Oh!" like fucking Jacob Marley, and they just flew backwards out the windows, and it was really fucking awful. And we lost most of our weapons. They were smashing our guns and things. And yeah, there was a storm, and yeah, the Greeks didn't show up on time because they're on Greek time, not on Serbian time. But the lighthouse turned out to be, the last redoubt. And, we were sitting there with our shitty mechanical repair roll trying to figure out how to change a cylinder on the horn because, we'll just get to the beach. It's like, okay, we're at the beach, nothing's happening. Are we going to have to go back and figure out how to change the cylinder? Fuck, get back and change the cylinder! And although the Greek one was a little better help to us because we had a better translator with us in the group.
That was great.
But there's an option for including a French or British military medical officer in the expedition who will be a guy with no combat skills and a little bit of
More
Greek
knowledge.
and French and some Serbian or whatever. He can talk to people. But he won't believe what he's told because he's a man of science. And so he may just go, "Oh, it's just a crazy old woman." The Vera Lacos is a standard mythology creature. It's not a mythos creature in any way, shape, or form. But again, I think what John Crow is trying to achieve with this scenario is to give everyone a taste of the Chinese action horror comedy movies, Mr. Vampire.
Oh yeah.
Has everyone watched Mr. Vampire?
I've seen that.
I've seen that. Yeah.
They're these. I think they were in the 80s or 90s. It's pre reabsorption of Hong Kong into PRC.
It's like Sammo Hung, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're about Mr. Vampire is this Taoist priest whose specialty is dealing with all the Taoist mysticism and stuff. And one of the things that goes on in the story is reburying your ancestors. Like, okay, we're rich now. We can afford a good burial for our ancestors. That's super important. But if you fuck up the steps of moving your dead ancestor from one location to a better grave with a better coffin, they can rise as a hopping vampire.
Yeah.
And watching the Mr. Vampire movies, the Chinese do not explain the vampire myths to us, foreign devils. You're just watching it and going, holy shit, they can't cross sticky rice. Like you put down sticky rice with a particular type of rice, glutinous rice. They can't cross it. It burns their feet like holy water or something like that, or a cross. There's a whole bunch of Taoist stuff about this thread that they make in ink and put it on the thread, and that's something they can't cross. The vampires they can only find you if they can hear you breathing. So at one point a guy takes a bamboo pole and is breathing, and the vampire attacks the end of the pole rather than the guy, and it's all about long fingernails, not fangs. There's a bunch of other things the vampires can and cannot do. They're different from ours. And so as you're watching the film, you're getting this crash course in Chinese Taoist sort of mythology about the walking corpse mythology. And it's not about being evil. It's about mishandling your ancestors dead. Certainly, this vampire, this Virlakos, shows up not because somebody was bitten by a vampire on the march through Serbia, but because they were an evil person. They become a vampire because of the
deeds in their life.
The deeds in their lives, the kind of things that would be typical vampire lore. The guy who first dies of typhus is a guy who was the kind of guy who collected, fucking ears and noses off the dead, and was a rapist, and was a guy who would torture prisoners and whatever. And so his evil carries over into his death, and because it happens on Greek soil for whatever ridiculous reason, he doesn't become a vampire like a Serbian vampire. He becomes a Greek-style vampire, and then he preys on after being buried for having apparently died of typhus. He preys on the other Serbians until they're down to like one Serbian. There is one Serbian survivor on the island, and he is hiding out in some caves by the seashore.
Okay, so we got a direction.
That's why there's, but it's not. There's 4 graves. One guy died of actual typhus, and it's just in his grave. There's 3 other that are vampires, or virolacos. And if you can communicate with the old lady, she can actually explain ways to get rid of virolacos. There's a whole thing about beheading them and staking them. But they only return to their graves like the first Thursday of every month or some crazy thing like that. They're not in their graves all the time.
Yeah.
But they will return, and you can fucking stake them to the ground and chop their heads off, and be done with them. The problem is that a lot of the people that the vampires have killed that turned also into vampires or virolacos didn't have graves. So even if you manage to kill the 3 Serbian vampires who actually had graves, there's a bunch more. What's worse is there's more people on the island. There was a ship that was sunk by a U-boat in the Mediterranean, and the survivors paddled ashore and then got feasted on by the vampires.
Holy shit.
So
like a dozen
seeming-
vampires.
Yeah. So, when we ran through it, we got off the island and we were like, it's a mutiny.
Yeah.
There's a mutiny of soldiers who will not return to the flag, and they have killed Greek citizens, and we have to organize an expedition to go back.
So it became a bloodshed.
Yeah, and we came onto the island with a shit ton of guys. And the result was with a pile of guys and all those guns, we were able to keep them at bay.
Yeah.
And we were able to search all the sea caves to find out where they're hiding. These sea caves that are underwater during the day, and then at night
the flood.
Yeah.
Or sorry, because of the tide. So yeah.
As the tide goes out, suddenly they can get out of the caves. And if you get the Greek woman, she's all full of helpful hints about what you can do to stop them, ways to kill them. But I was going to say about Mr. Vampire. One of the best Mr. Vampire movies to me is I think it's the 4th one, where the vampire is a traditional Christian vampire. Mm-hmm. It's a priest who dabbles in or sells his soul to the devil or something.
Yeah.
And he's a missionary in China, but he sells his soul to the devil, and he becomes the Mr. Vampire is set in like 1910. It's all pre-World War I sort of China. I mean, because there's like bolt action rifles and there's Mauser, C96 Mauser pistols.
Yeah.
And so there's one that's about these Filipino, which would be appropriate, Catholic missionaries who came to China to spread the good word or whatever. And this one priest gets involved into black magic or whatever, and I think dies by suicide. And he rises as a vampire, and he rises as your standard Western European vampire. And there's this great moment where one of the things that stops the Chinese vampire is you take a Buddhist prayer on this yellow piece of paper. It's got all this stuff written on it, and you just lick the side and you slap it on the forehead, and they're paralyzed. They can't move with the prayer on it. And so when the fucking European vampire shows up the forehead, boom, problem solved. It's like, fuck, the prayer doesn't work. And put the sticky rice down. Oh shit, that doesn't work. And like all the stuff that they've had that's supposed to work fails over and over again. And like, what the fuck is this undead? I've never seen this. And for the Chinese, it's something weird and exotic. That doesn't obey the rules of the supernatural.
Like a hopping vampire would for us.
Exactly like a hopping vampire would for us.
All right.
And the way that you kind of did this one, I really liked that taking that what would be again the trope of like asking permission to cross the threshold, but taking out of that and just saying any noise that you make is that given permission. Oh, you're there. Party time.
Importantly, it sort of apparently from the mythos or from their own legends, it turns their power up to 11.
Yeah.
If you're out and walking at night, they can swoop down and grab you and crush you and kill you. But with the addition of once you've answered the call, and how they know your name? Well, they're supernatural. Okay?
Yeah,
that's it. If you answer the call, suddenly they have all these powers: flight.
Destroying barriers.
The barriers all fall apart. Let me tell you, it was depressing watching all the nails fly out of the fucking barriers on the windows after all the time we spent nailing the windows. Just went boom, and all the boards went clong, and they just flew into the windows. Bash! Woo! Hooray! That really blew chimps. That was no fun. All right, so that is the Uncorrupted.
I love it.
Yeah,
that's great. Thank you so much.
Is this going in Horrors of War 2 then?
It will be in the first Horrors of War book. That is the intention. It is the one scenario that is sort of non-mythos.
Like Bump in the Nights, yeah.
Yeah, it's closer to Bumps in the Night than anything else.
Yeah, cool.
That's really
I love it. And we'll talk to you guys next time.
Bye.